When you take the like insert quotable brand name here tours at an amusement park that is involved in space, and like in order to simulate hyperdrive, they tilt you up.
Mm.
That's what just happened when the caffeine kicked in.
Oh my God, it's full of stars.
Yeah, everything is happening very quickly, and there's a gravity that is just like, ooh, I don't remember taking an edible. Um, but
That
instead
is
the edible is exhaustion and caffeine.
the edible is taking me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hooray for witch hot American summer for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
The sleepiness of like I'm too tired to overthink is kind of nice. And I can definitely like bask in front of something for a little bit
Uh-huh.
and also drag around a box fan like an IV. Yeah, yeah, good. What a blessing. What
There's
interesting
a
times.
there's a term that's used in the Gurdjieff philosophy where they talk about being in front of yourself,
Mm,
which is meant to be kind of, I think, observing oneself.
okay. Mm.
But my um scattershot firework ADHD brain, uh, it permutates on that every single time, and every time somebody uses it, even though I know they all, when I'm talking to people that are involved in the work and they're talking, or I'm reading an essay, or I'm listening to a podcast, all of a sudden I can't remember what it means when they're saying it. And I think about like the Kimbanda terms of like encostado, when something is in front of you, um,
Mm.
that it's not, it that means the issue is presenting itself to people more, or
Mm.
that for me it kind of feels like the vertigo sensation of extreme exhaustion, or
Mhm.
when you sit down in a bed and your whole body's like, it's kind of the train spotting moment. You lay down and
Yeah.
your body's sinking and part of you is still floating on top of the bed.
When a term of art becomes so like arresting that it evokes it's yeah. Is it over evoking or is it just evoking over you? Yeah.
Yes. And
Mm.
all coming back to I think I was maybe 13 or 14. My brother is a decade older than me, and his wife is from Tennessee. And so there were colloquialisms that I, being from Southern California, had no freaking clue what they meant. But my favorite one, the first time I heard it, was "I'm not at myself right now," uh,
Mm.
which is such a beautiful. It's obviously Irish inherited. Um,
Yeah.
like just the idea of being at yourself, or something's on me, or things like that.
Yeah.
But the idea
Uh-huh.
of I am not fully in this body right now, or my mind is elsewhere, type of thing, is just
Away from
so,
embodied keyboard. I love
yeah,
that. That's
yeah.
great. That's so good.
Um,
Yeah.
and Sean is lovely. So hi, Sean, if you ever listen to these podcasts. I've had great many metaphysical fruit from that one planted seed. Um, but thank you, folk expressions, revealing themselves through folk extrapolation into folk magic and everyone's folk pep.
Hmm.
So, hi, everybody. Welcome to episode 49 of Radio Free Golgotha.
Hello.
This is the feast of Saint Elijah, or San Elias. Um, this is a really lovely, strange one, simply because we don't often talk Old Testament. And I hear my ninth grade biblical literature professor, teacher, not professor in high school, saying it's the Hebrew scriptures or the Hebrew Testament, which is the preferred name in the Catholic education sphere. It's not old, it's just not ours. Um, so yeah, I we don't often see Old Testament figures, or Hebrew Testament figures, or whatever name we're giving to whatever positive name we're going to give to the Tanakh Talmud, going on for that Jewish body of lore, into Catholic feast days.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I feel like this is a good collection of topics that all have that a lot of them have a sense of transformations of things after death and into various iterations of new life and meaning, as well as just being a very suitably summery, simmering mixture of fiery and doused in some watery mysteries and virtues as well. Yeah, no, I'm excited to get into to this collection of topics that we've got here, which
Yeah.
include and are not oh well, yeah, I guess not limited. Limited
Yeah,
in
not
amongst,
limited.
yeah,
But
why
yeah,
not? We might talk about other stones
shall
as well.
include
Sure.
but are not limited to this
Yeah,
panoply, panopticon, uh, lottery of topics.
indeed. So we are here for Elijah or Elias as our saint, holy person. Uh, Pairing that off the back of at least one very famous encounter. Our demon of the hour is Lilith. So, a topic of which we are not casting around for a lack of information or perspectives on. Um, our herb of the episode is Willow, weeping and otherwise.
You took
Uh,
off the H one ways and put it another.
it's got to go somewhere, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So it's up Willow. Our stone or mineralia is citrine, and the things that get called citrine, and maybe a little bit on citrining or citrination. Our style of magic this time is card magic. So excited to not just talk cartomancy, but also card sorcery, card spellcraft, things of that nature. Our beast is sheep, never sheeps, at least in English. So excited to talk about sheep and maybe get into ram and lamb, but maybe not as well. Let's make some comparisons at least. Our day sign, continue with our Mesoamerican calendricals, is is water, which stick around, may surprise you. That's our that's the Instagram reel trailer to stoke engagement. My God, what have I become? Our figure of the episode is Cauda Draconis, the dragon's tail, and its morphologically similar counterpart in the Odu of Ifa and the Lagoon, the Odu Meji of Ogunda, or Ogunda Meji, I should say. Our tarot card, as we continue our journey through the minor arcanas now, is the Two of Wands, the Two of Rods, the Two of Batons, etc. The Two Sticks. And our dead magician, and so much more, is Maria Padilla, Maria da Padilla, of which we also have a wealth of at least modern and not so modern folkloric expressions, venerations, and engagements. So yeah, hooray, Witch Hut American Summer, or indeed wherever it is summer in the Northern Hemisphere, or winter in the Southern. Definitely not jealous. Hope everyone is doing well in their respective climes. Which I was reading Bruce Smith's Key of Green, which I've banged on about
Ah,
before, where he
yes.
talks about how climate didn't just used to mean the weather, it's the weather and everything under it. So climate used to also include like animals, as well as obviously plants. Like that's a halfway house, but like it's yeah, not just climatology or meteorology as we'd call them now, but
Mhm.
climate as an expression of the terroir of everything or of any particular thing, and
Just,
all of its
I mean, you still
influences.
see that in some things like with atmosphere, right? Or
Mm-hmm.
it was a tense. You might, I would understand what you meant if you said it was a tense climate. It
Right.
might be a little awkward, but I would not think it
Yeah.
incorrect.
Right.
Um,
The ambiance isn't just the passive. Yeah.
yeah, the terror of the terroir. Um,
Mhm. Indeed.
terrier of the terrored terroir.
Absolutely.
Uh,
Well, thanks for joining us, everyone, and I hope this is as exciting to you as it is to me. I think it makes sense to jump into where we normally do, which is to start with the reason for the season, which in this case is Elijah, or again Elias. I don't know what the preference is, like who prefers which, honestly. Um, but
um, I don't. I
I
mean, I hear both quite because of uh, Elias is Spanish, right? So that's the term that's used
okay.
there. So I hear that as common as I do Elijah. So I've never really just one of those things of like it's just one of the seven things that are something goes by.
Yeah. So the name itself, El Jah, Yah, my God is Yah or is Jah, which again is usually talked about as getting ahead of myself a little bit, as a what do you call it? An aptronym a little bit of nominative determinism around this particular holy person having somewhat of an antagonism to the worship of Baal. So Elijah is a prophet and miracle worker who is around in the 9th century BCE in the northern region of the then divided kingdom of Israel post Solomon's rule and dissolution, and is found documented in what is called the books of Kings. Um, an awful lot of politics that we can get into about his clashes with the worshippers of Baal at the time, and various other characters like Jezebel and so on. Worth pointing out up the top that he is not just found in the Talmud, but also in the New Testament, as
Yeah.
well as the Quran, apparently the Book of Mormon, and Baha'i writings as well. It's like a
Hmm.
lot of like everyone wants a piece of Elijah. Um, Along with being a Jewish prophet in life, he is said to have ascended into heaven, which we can get into the particularities of. And there is like divided midrash and opinion and debate, either have to have become an angel because he has never tasted death, or to have resumed his identity as an angel. And it's then framed that the mortal life of Elijah is something that the angel briefly enters into and then returns from. He is therefore sometimes identified with the angel Sandalphon, but not always, and not
Hmm.
by everyone. And more specifically, he's often said to be a presence, an angelic presence on earth, specifically, and has all sorts of honorings in Judaic traditions. He's important in the Havdalah rite that marks the end of Shabbat every week, plays a significant role in the Passover Seder, and also in the Brit Milah, the bris, right? Um, by the time we get to his Catholic sainthood, he's honored today, July 20th, where he's a patron of the Carmelite order and also of vehicle blessings, I was reading, which I think relates to his ascent into heaven on a fiery
Hmm.
chariot, which we can get
Yes.
into. And I've seen novenas at least kicking around online, which recommend reciting and studying verses from books of Kings, as well as Malachi and the Gospel of Luke as well. So I've got a bunch of stuff about some of the. I've been rating Howard Schwartz's Tree of Souls on Jewish mythology pretty heavily for
Hmm.
this episode, and so I've got some accounts from some of his stuff around his prophethood, around being a raven friend, which is always great. Some of his
Hmm.
stuff that starts to talk about his role in the thing that gets translated as the end of days, as well as his ascent into heaven, his status as an angel, his chair, and his encounter with our demon of the hour. But was there anything particular you wanted to get into with his life, or anything that I haven't mentioned already?
Whew, Elijah is a wonderfully fiery necromantic figure
Mm.
for a few things. The association with necromancy is right. You have the reviving of the son of the widow, um, that is.
Right, with his staff, right?
Yeah,
Mm.
and in addition to that, you have Christian sanction of necromancy through the Transfiguration on the Mount, where Moses and Elijah are in Holy Communion slash Congress with Jesus. Um, that in Christian Spiritism, especially Latino Spiritism, opening the Bible to those passages that discuss the Transfiguration on the Mount allows for, and it is a sanctioning of necromancy as something that is permissible. That talking with the spirits of the dead. Um, it also puts a certain amount of Swiss cheese holes in the kind of sacrosanct. Everybody is dead and waiting to be buried, except for the elect who are already with God in heaven,
Right.
type of thing. So I like the complexities of that. I like that it is, if you're in New York and you see a San Elias is going to be a boundless cementerio in 21 divisions often. So there's a lot of uh, dead lore associated to him, and is such a specific thing there, but also the fiery nature of the heavenly chariot of thunder,
Yeah.
that is, swing low, sweet chariot, but is so prominent within Balkan traditions, as one of the patron saints of, I think, of Bosnia. But these hot days of July slash early August, depending on which calendrical system you're going off of. And I love that there are certain figures that are so prominent from one tradition that they have to influence those that are claiming the kind of Eastern Mediterranean mystery religion that validates itself through claiming a or rightly evolving out of a Jewish inheritance, but certainly through the political machinations, like picking pieces to kind of keep validating itself over and over and over, right? The legitimacy of the throne of St. Peter,
Yeah.
emphasizing that historical Christ all of a sudden over the spiritual Christ of the Pauline Christianity, which is almost Gnostic, and the complexities around that. That Elijah is not only a figure that there's a chair for that. How many times have been in people's homes and there's an empty chair sitting there and someone will joke like, "Is that what are you waiting for, Elijah?" Um, Based on Passover lore and things like this, but additionally, that John the Baptist is Elijah and is viewed as such, right? Very, very strongly. That is
Right.
Elijah.
When an Elijah becomes Elijah.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. And that Jesus was viewed by many people contextually to be Elijah returned.
Right.
And this even on the cross in the famous words, as a Golgotha mystery, right? Of like, let us see and whether Elijah will come for him, type of thing.
Mm.
And in it, through all of that, also there's also the mysteries around him being linked to Khadir al-Khadir, as far as the Green Man, Saint George, and this devout advisor to biblical prophets, that is in Muslim and Arab lore. So it's a very complex figure. That which Elijah are we talking about?
Yeah.
If they're all the same Elijah, this is the epitome of like, I love going back through when the same people, myself included in the past, of there's this hard, um, non-permeable boundary when it serves your agenda of like, when is something not the thing it's claiming to be, and then
Mhm.
historically that blows it out of the water, because that's not how, we talk about hagiographic blur so much that it's important to understand, like, I can't hear you over contextualize historical praxis and incorporation into lore.
Yeah.
So it is there, we can have those weighty discussions that this brings up of, um, when is one lore more valuable over another or more legit than another. That's going to be always being whatever the person is selling that is going to say, which one is more legit. However, there's this side of it that, what is it in the modern era with so much that is, if AI now puts another mask onto Elijah, what is that going to be? Like, is that,
Yeah.
like, we know that there's memes that are out there. The Ishtar Easter meme
Right.
is a joke, but there are many people that a joke to the people that are looking back and be like, this isn't historically accurate.
Mm.
However, it doesn't matter if there's a certain amount of people. It doesn't matter as far as its relevance. It is now relevant to discuss that, even
Yeah.
if it's to say, well, I don't agree with it. So Elijah is an interesting one because we are taking a figure that is so prominent within specifically the Jewish faith, which has many permutations and is oftentimes in the U.S. completely centered upon an Ashkenazi um, view, and now post 20th century a certain post Holocaust view of what that is, and it means something different to Yemenite Jews or to Sephardic Jews or to a larger group of Abrahamic traditions like the Druze, who also have Elijah, like the Muslims of who are also having Elijah, like the Christians who also have Elijah. There's a lot here, and so Elijah takes the place of thunder gods and fire gods and necromancers, and validates necromancy and validates animal sacrifice in certain areas where they're offering things to the sun in its hottest days of the year.
Mm.
So yes, to specific things about his life, but also I really enjoy the complexities of uh, a figure that is not. This is where you truly change the word problematic and just go towards generative. Like there's a lot of um, generative force coming from this blinding mystery of the chariot wielder. And I love it. I love how crazy it is. So yeah, there's amazing in-depth lore within Old Testament specifics, and then you have a couple thousand years of midrash and Talmud and everything commenting on this and rituals that are built out of it that is not accessible necessarily to the average Christian, and yet at the same time is this lovely osmotic influence across the
Yeah,
board.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
I guess in the, echoing some of our pre-press the record button conversations on other topics, like this is an incredibly folk necromantic figure, and I enjoy the complete folked upness that this figure represents because he's so pervasive in some form across the Western mystery traditions, not necessarily TM, but across Western inherited Judeo-Christian and even Chris Lemieux as a larger, thank you for that term, Lon Duquette, of just yeah, dipping the donut in the coffee, in the cider, in the something. Anyway, I'm gonna
Yeah.
see it back over to your less perhaps immediately caffeinated brain, and the fire of Elijah has taken me. But
No,
yeah.
yeah, indeed. So on the one hand, a saint that a holy figure that calls down fire, and that is invoked to battle the infidel and the forces of those who would oppress the group that's calling itself us
Mm,
in various ways. Also, a saint that's a prophet, I should say, that's remarked in the as championing it's called the still small voice of God sometimes as well. This is a account in Kings 19 about him falling asleep under a broom bush and hearing uh, the Lord or the angel of the Lord telling him to arise and eat. Um, and that this passage goes on to name a bunch of like huge, big, impressive natural forces, and then to say that like, but that's not what he was hearing, not the winds, not the earthquake, not in the fire, but in a still small voice. And this is taken a variety of ways, but saying that we can find God in not all the obvious and cataclysmic things, while he also does a bunch of those cataclysmic things as well. Likewise, like you're saying, this incredibly folk necromantic expression of him is very much tied up to not just his ascent into heaven, but also his return to earth in various ways. So
mhm,
the ascent, where he's a fiery chariot with fiery horses suddenly appears, and Elijah went up in a whirlwind. And crucially, his protege Elisha sees him, and that the seeing of him is a way in which some of Elisha asks for a double portion of his spirit to pass to him before he ascends.
mhm.
And this is often talked about in terms of the passing of the mantle, which is important for a variety of people about like not just religious authority, but also spiritual power and affectivity. So this ascent of Elijah is a primary model for a bunch of other subsequent accounts of various mystic journeys into heaven or through the Empyrean realms. And so there is this great mysticism, which is also again tied up to the loyalty of who is left behind, for want of a better term, and the transfer of his mantle to his disciples, but also being translated body and soul, as they say, from this world to the world above. He doesn't taste death and is therefore, in some accounts at least, transformed into an angel, and that this means that he is described in various ways, giant wings, but crucially also not just taking a particular hand sides with the Almighty up outside of the world, um, but crucially talked about in terms of his efficacy and his presence and his what's that theological term? His imminence. that his giant wings with four strokes can travel from one end of the world to the other. Therefore, there is no place on Earth that is too far removed for his help, and he continues to serve as this protector of the just and pious, guarding them against evil. And so there are hundreds of tales about Elijah returning to Earth as God's messenger, especially meeting with a variety of sages and holy people of the following generations, as well as assisting the poor. There are particular accounts. Elijah said to have taught Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai the secrets of heaven that were later written down in the Zohar.
Hmm.
He helps him out when he's hiding in a cave from the Romans, apparently. And in this role as teacher and as continual transmitter of spiritual secrets, spiritual understanding. Elijah is central in creating the role of the Zadok, who impart holy secrets, often talked about as those worthy to receive them. But this notion of like a tutelary shade who has become angel, a dead who has literally elevated, these kinds of things. So that's present in like lines of continual engagement between the the holy living and the holy dead, without the W there, the sacred dead, and that's also seen in some incredibly like when I say every day, I don't mean to negate their spiritual significance, but in some very tangible ways. The
In
chair that
folk
is there for
expressions, you dare say?
dare I say I dare say, and I dare not keep silent. Yeah, so the chair is found in a variety of contexts. The cup is found in a variety of contexts. The Zohar specifically talks about that you don't just prepare a chair for Elijah's honor, but also have to declare that this is the chair of Elijah. He must be celebrated as well as invited, and that this is significant around honoring the covenant with God around circumcision, but also in the turning of the week as well. Um, and so there is already a context for why the Transfiguration on the Mount, like of what they're drawing from there, of this sense of him being an elevated and sacred, tutelary, holy person that can return and
Hmm.
continue to bestow his mantle or legitimize, depending on who is telling these tales, right? No, fascinating.
I mean, you
Yeah.
get a little bit of like an overlap with how Arthur has been talked about by many people, right? Of
Mm.
like once and future king type of um when there is a great need, then the
Yes, yeah. There's
rise.
full, not just personal, but like cosmic eschatology going on as well. It is said in that way of like, if a thing is mentioned in scripture, then someone at some point is going to have created exegesis and midrash about how that thing is present everywhere else. So the ram that is sacrificed at Mount Moriah in the place of Isaac,
Yeah.
is said to have been skinned, and that this skin provides Elijah's mantle, his cloak, as well as one of the horns of that ram being sounded as a shofar, by Moses at Mount Sinai, and that the other will be blown by Elijah at the end of days, which
Hmm.
is there to solidify and realize the prophecy of Isaiah 27:13, and in that day a great ram's horn shall be sounded. So yeah, he's meant to be turning up when he's needed.
Hmm. So there's been because there's so much lovely use of the um, Elijah principle. I don't know. I have also seen a blurring here where the ram that was offered is likened to be the Egyptian god Hunum in some form, who's a creator deity, right? And that the waters of the Nile that are from Hunum's realm are also signifying this kind of grand Eastern Mediterranean merging of things here.
Yeah.
But in that, I like the lack of any proper boundary around that convergence of myth. In express there of just like the similarly the one horn will be sounded. The one horn has been sounded and the other horn will be sounded, and this is the two extra horns of Hulum, which is also an extinct sheep species. Anyway, sorry to sidetrack there. Um,
No, I mean it's worth pointing out that like there's not just a concatenation of a concatenation of syllogisms around different mythic tellings and what that's signifying. There's also important political contexts to talk
yeah,
about, like why an emblem of a rival, not just deity but priest class and political entity is being talked about in a particular set of contexts, especially when we're talking about the Book of Isaiah, right?
yeah,
Where we get our first mention of Lucifer in a very political context. And
yeah.
also our first mention of Lady Demoness, Queen of Demons,
Yes.
as well. So,
Well, there's eternal justification in specifically a written culture, right?
yeah.
Notoriously written culture. That there's a scripture,
Mm.
and that this is also unpacking one of the things that is probably important to muse on in tangent of just um, written justification means that or written scripture means that you're going to justify what you're thinking through the use of scripture and quoting, which is we see, that John the Baptist is referring, people are referring to scripture to to put a context around who he is, or that Jesus in that way that Elijah is the first instance of resurrection of the dead in scripture, and or the reviving of the dead at least. Resurrection is a little bit perhaps more loaded term, but these great quotes there of like the word of the Lord is in your mouth is truth, and literally taking up the mantle. These foundational things of, as you've said, of that are coming from this like proto priesthood example of the prophet Elijah. There is this constant borrowed reputation that is validating things before they have necessarily their earned reputation. And
Mm.
this the scriptural side of things, when we liken something to it, we are language is that it is borrowing the authority of previous labels and things like that. And we've talked about that with regards to divination, and the idea that you're studying, it's actually a study of the times in the past where this has come up and what has been associated with it. And one of the reasons that an older diviner is felt to be perhaps more accurate than a younger diviner is because they have experience to back up, well, when this has fallen for me before, that this is what it has meant.
Yeah,
I have seen this with my teacher, I've seen this with my own throws, this type of thing.
yeah.
And so I like this constant appeal to authority that happens within a scriptural reference, and with Elijah specifically, just we can find many of the first stirrings of some really powerful themes present there. I sorry to cut you off again.
No, 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 not at all.
um,
Absolutely.
I, as an aside, I was obsessed that this was where Ahab, the name, like this is during the time of the King Ahab. Um, and as a child, somehow in my little hagiographic blur mind, because of being told or having probably a tape of biblical stories and then a kid's version of Moby Dick on books for tape, and in my head they were the same Ahab. So I understand how blur happens.
Yeah,
Because
what sticks with us, right?
yeah,
And our
I
exposures.
I'm interested too in the progress or the procession here. That, for instance, why do we pick saints' days? Because there's a calendar to play with and to look at in that way.
Mm.
I rather enjoyed the comment on YouTube is, does this podcast exist to poke fun at the Catholic faith? And like, if that's what you're getting from it, I don't contradict that. But the we this is July 20th is the feast day of Saint Elijah, and July 16th is the feast of Our Lady of Mount Carmel, which is the mountain where Elijah goes into the cave. And I all of this is also right in building up to the feast of the beheading of the Baptist in August, which is I that current of there's things happening here in these hot days,
Yeah.
that is quite interesting to me. This you have from the birthday of John the Baptist, and then there's I like to think about what these might mean within a progression and an accumulation and a snowballing effect of 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 gilding whatever this mystery that's happening that I do really suspect has to do with the heat and the fervency and the fire and lightning and being swept away. I also love as a side that like Elisha is asking for two scoops, um, and
Yeah.
what exactly is like the due proportion of things. Um,
Yeah.
okay, sorry. Please go on with your regularly scheduled program.
No, 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 absolutely. Yeah. Let a double portion of your spirit pass to me. And even Elijah says, you have asked a difficult thing.
Yeah, yeah.
How do we make more of the time we have had with those that walk amongst us before they are swept up in the whirlwind and go off to do other things? Yeah. Mm.
Yeah. I think it's interesting too. There's a lot of Elijah as a turning point here of the erasure of uh, a tribal or the evolution of a tribal storm god who is first among gods that evolves into this concept of monotheism that is there is only one god. Not that there is um, a primacy, but there is an only.
Yeah.
And this the contest that happens right of 450 I think it's 450 of prophets of Baal and 400 prophets of Asherah to Mount Carmel, and there's how do you do this? And I also you see evidence here right of Asherah kind of now being written out of the
Yeah.
story, but the contest between Baal Baal and this idea that El and Baal are not too dissimilar, as we've discussed when talking about Baal before,
Mm.
that historically they're kind of just two versions of the similar, or that there's many Baals because it means Lord,
Right.
but that this notion that the Yahwists and the other um, Elohim, the El followers, the Elohim followers, account for even different permutations of the creation story, and go back and kind of uh, change what scripture there is because you validate and reify things through scripture.
Mhm.
So the identification of this is a Yahwist passage that was then probably put into an older version can start to be looked at within the biblical literature. So Elijah is specifically upholding the worship of the tetragrammic God, the
Mm.
Yahweh figure, not as Elohim, not as El, but as the one God. To that point of like, how can you go around with two different opinions, right?
Mm.
God is one, and Baal must then go in following of him because there is only one. Um, so yeah, question.
Mhm.
I also really love the description of the chariot of fire. Yes, but this notion that it is also kind of just a fire tornado. Um,
Mhm.
that it's
Yeah.
very like stage show, like thrown something down and just swept up into the sky.
Mhm.
And how do you describe anything that is supernatural or a mystic experience? And then you have to kind of put it in terms that you can translate it to someone. And we know the translator trader truth of to describe something that is indescribable, but you're going to give it your best shot. And
Mhm.
this notion of what is a chariot of fire, and is it literally a chariot on flames? Is it, and thinking about this of its extension to even other mythic constructions like the various sun gods that travel in a chariot of fire. Is this
Right.
describing an actual chariot? Is it the wheel? Is it all? What is metaphor? What is simile?
Yeah.
What is language and what is truth? Um, so put a chair for Elijah and let's find out, I guess.
Mhm.
Anything else particularly stand out for you with Elijah?
Um, I mean, let's say like the specific politics and the politicking of his stories is something that we could get really heavily into. But Not from the notes I've made casually, like, or I've made for this at least. No, I think like a particularly fascinating figure, and again, what I enjoy about getting to sit down and chat with you for our dear listeners is that we get to ask some questions as well, and not have to feel an assumed mantle of exhaustive or comprehensive commentary.
Yeah.
I think asking these questions and raising these points and navigating these value centers is fascinating to me. Um, yeah, no, I think there's a natural segue into going from holy person to unholy lady here.
Yeah, yeah. I am a big fan of Religion for Breakfast, the YouTube channel, and
Mm,
there's there's one short that he did describing why Jesus is bearded and the evolution of Jesus as a bearded figure within art history. And I loved the simple, like, let's talk about the how something is depicted. And when Jesus was depicted as a magician, there is a certain specificity of how, like, magician is signified by rod, by staff, right?
uh,
And that if you're emphasizing the magical abilities of something within art specifically, then there must be a rod. There must be an iconography there to identify who the person is.
yeah.
That when we look at certain things, there was this idea that Jesus, when he's sitting in state, there was this assumption that it was following ideas from the emperor, except that Jesus is sitting on a throne, for instance, and that the emperor is not depicted on a throne. The emperor of Rome is specifically depicted on a very specific chair.
Mm,
That is the model for the chair at the throne of St. Peter, actually. This very simple way of being. What you're showing is that who is depicted in full dress, bearded, wielding power on a throne is a god.
uh,
And so you can track when Jesus is depicted as a philosopher amongst his apostles, he dons the toga that goes over the part of the chest is exposed and the toga is there and he's got his arms out as shown by any other Eastern Mediterranean art at the time. That this is a philosopher emphasis, or this is a god emphasis, or this is a king emphasis. And
mm,
I enjoy this too with Elijah because of how this notion of the wheels that is there, the fiery wheels. So there's this reference to the classes of angels that we know, including the wheels. But this chariot becomes so in in, enmeshed with Elijah's iconography, but it also how he's depicted in these flowing robes really does seem to be a fantastic um, glossing over the sun gods, the gods of storms and things like this, because it's the same image.
mm,
It's not creating anything new. It's doing lest I take a shot at my own references, but the value center is maintained.
mm,
Figure in a chariot that then gets to be in control of weather and fire and heat and things like this. And I also enjoy that in Ecclesiastes, um, uh, the specifically the when you're talking about what is Elijah's job, right? Calming God's fury and restoring familial peace. Uh,
mm,
so there's this tradition then of that kind of Psalm 45 echo of what you mentioned earlier of God is in the whispers and things like this, but
mm,
that be still and know that I am God, which I think is Psalm 45. Um, the idea of restoring things back to balance, that even the metaphor of restoring the 12 tribes of Israel, when there's debated origins of who Elijah even is, right, is attributed to I think Benjamin in one, or Gad specifically. And then also that he is an angel from the beginning and therefore could not have parents. And then Midrash speaks to the contrary in the lovely way that there is that amazing Jewish tradition of contradicting itself constantly as evidence of God. That there is room for debate, that there is room for alternate views on things, and that all of that itself is, leads to the that maxim of God is one but not in counting.
mm.
So I guess with all of that blur, that yes, there is something really beautiful in the complexities of Elijah here that lends itself well to our was she ever a goddess? And because of it is a truth, but not a universal truth that the gods of the old religion become the demons of the new. It's as an
Right.
oversimplification, and some figures have very much been demoness or demon from the beginning.
Hmm.
And the current view by many scholars is that Lilith is one such figure that has always been demoness, that has always been devourer, um, a stealer of children, a stealer of breath, and this mysteries of very much tied to where does the moon go, where does the fire go when it's out. It is not the same place that we go,
Yeah.
and I I enjoy the complexities of that and the whole um, kind of timeline of history that is a little oversimplified, and I'm not mad at this kind of goddess adoption because well, that's going to be true with Maria Padilla, right? Of kind of turning into any semi-divine figure or semi-powerful figure is not necessarily a former god, and that there's also points where in that kind of lovely Princess Mononoke, um, one step outside of Japanese lore of the a god consumed by hate becomes a demon,
Mm.
or consumed by rage, but consumed by something other than presence, and interrelatedness with things becomes a demon.
Yeah.
And so it's less that the gods of the old become the demons of the new, and that maybe the gods of the old become the demons of the new when you demonize them.
Hmm.
As opposed to and maybe that's what they are now. This idea of dehorning the demons of the Goetia, for
Hmm.
instance, is has been an interesting evolution and discussion over the past uh, decade that you and I have been talking about for a decade too,
Yeah.
of seeing things that there are absolutely pagan survivals within the Goetic spirit list, and there's also things where those whatever's being talked about is not quite the same as it's not the god that it.
Right. Some of those pagan survivals are the survivals of pagan demons.
Yes. And similarly, that just as you are not Aloysiuses of all history, and I am certainly not all Jessies of history, that something bearing the same name does not automatically mean that it is the same thing, even if it is benefiting from the borrowed authority, borrowed reputation that such hagiographic blur is. So all of this is really the hagiographic and as where does the term is inverse hagiographic uh, of the same origin as hagiographic blur?
I think so, yes. I think Kierkegaard definitely talks about it. Yeah. So inverse hagiography is often talked about in terms of necromancers and the assumption that a powerful dark magician gets blurred with other powerful dark magicians, and that there are similar lenses, or there are helpful methodologies for exploring how saints are treated and blurred to how we can talk about how unsaints, how the sinners, how the evil magicians are also treated and in some cases blurred. And I
Mm.
think that's also definitely the case when we talk about the many facets of Lilith,
Yeah.
in terms of gosh, yeah, yeah, worth beginning with a plurality of things. I think Lilith as Adam's first wife, Lilith as later Queen of Demons, as well as a more cosmic force of things called the Dark Feminine, also related to Liliot, female demons of the night, the Lilin, the daughters of Lilith.
Yeah.
Um, and in terms of looking at a variety of roles, the two that stand out are around a seducer, a powerful succubus force, which a lot of scholars relate to the Babylonian Lilitu,
Mhm.
as well as the role of yeah, as you say, a stealer of breath and a child slayer, which there are also links made and explored to and from the Babylonian Lamashtu. Those aren't the only ones. There is what Howard Schwartz refers to as mythic absorption, which also
Hmm.
feels a relevant thing here, because this this entity, this force called Lilith is incredibly is regarded as incredibly important and powerful from really quite early on. Points out that as early as the first and third centuries, Lilith plays a powerful dual role as child slayer and seducer. And as such, if we're looking at like first century um, uh, uh, amalgams and codifications of demonology, there are also connections made in to Obizuth of the Testament of Solomon, who is another child strangler with long black hair, who is also significantly thwarted by an angel, in this case Raphael, if you write her name on an amulet. Uh, and that's also part and parcel when we're talking about the folk necromancy of this. It's one thing to talk about the cosmology of where this force or this demoness or this mother of abominations comes from, but also what we do about her, which
Hmm.
feels relevant to mention.
Yeah.
Along with the fact that, as we said, like Isaiah is the first mentioned 34:14, where Lilith shall repose there in the dark and in the night, and again reference to Babylonian influenced night demoness. Although that passage is also sometimes translated in various ways across different iterations of Isaiah as night hag or even a screech owl and things like that. Um, it's said that this mythological figure of Lilith uh, has also like these extensive mythic transformations. By the time we get to the early medieval alphabet, the alphabet of Ben Sira or Sirach, you get Lilith identified as Adam's first wife. It's there we have the story of her resisting having sex in a missionary position, abandoning Adam in Eden, taking up residence at the Red Sea, which is later where demons live and where even diseases are charmed away to. It's there she takes looks for lovers and produces demons. By the Middle Ages, there's a focus on Lilith in Jewish folklore as her role as like queen of demons at this point,
Hmm.
and also taking on a role of the dark feminine in various Kabbalahs as a feminine aspect of the Sitra Ahara, the polar opposite of Shekinah. And then, of course, there's a lot of really interesting discussion of continuing transformation into a figure of empowerment by a bunch of you know feminist paganisms and Jewish mysticisms and witchcrafts and so on, right?
Hmm.
And worth pointing out because the myths include her at least temporarily supplanting Shekinah as the bride of God. So this isn't just like some demon. Like there's definitely like much more cosmological stuff going on. But there's also dark reflections in terms of her pairing with Samael, which is often transmitted in myth and folklore as a specific mirror to Adam and Hava, Adam and Eve, um, along with a pairing with Ashmedai, which is sometimes said to be Lilith the Younger, who may be her daughter or even her granddaughter. So Lilith is also already becoming a name for those who carry on her work from her,
Hmm.
as well as an identification with the first Eve, the one that is created from the inside out and is said to have horrified Adam, which is also a way, like we were saying, about making sense of the fact that the book of Genesis has itself is shows its seams sometimes in terms of being stitched together from several different creation stories,
Yeah.
and crucially, the aspect of a primacy of being created with Adam from the earth as well in other forms of the tale of the the first wife or the first woman, is around very early on in Genesis when God is said to have created them, man and woman, at the same time, which then contradicts the idea that Adam is alone and needs a wife made out of his rib.
Yeah.
So we've got all that going on. Also as mother of demons, who begets myriads, demonic forces, spirits, imps. Um, there's also that inverse hagiographic blow with her sister, Namar, and also Agrat, Irit, and the Queen of Sheba, as well as this predominance of her and her daughters as succubi who prompt and benefit from sexual fantasy and the spilling of seed for birthing demons. Um, and then there's also her encounter with Elijah himself, which gives a nice little breakdown again of like how evil is defeated.
Hmm.
I'm going to do a little story time on that. It's from Joseph Baceda, specifically
Yeah,
the
please.
sixth part. Elijah was walking one day when he met Lilith. He said, "Unclean one, where are you going?" Lilith knew that she could not lie to Elijah, and so she said, "I am going to the house of a woman who is about to give birth. I will give her a sleeping potion and kill her and take her child and eat it." Elijah said, "I curse you in the name of the Lord. Be silent as a stone." Lilith said, "O Lord, release me from your curse, and I swear by God's name to forsake my evil ways. As long as I hear or see my own names, I will retreat and not come near that person. I shall have no power to injure him or do evil. I swear to disclose my true names to you." Elijah said, "Tell me what your names are." Lilith gives her 10 names. "Let them be written and hung about the house of women who are bearing a child, or around the child after it has been born. And when I see those names, I shall run away at once. Neither the child nor the mother will ever be injured by me." And Elijah said, "So be it. Amen." And this is itself informed by the fact that you've got Jewish incantation bowls and amulets from Mesopotamia from the first to at least the 8th centuries, which are the first to, or some of the first to depict Lilith, like to have actual like iconography as this feminine demonic force, and also highlights that this use of amulets against Lilith was widespread, and is still considered necessary in some Jewish circles, right? Schwartz says only a generation ago, grandmothers often tied red ribbons on a child's bed for the same reason. Yeah, yeah. There's a lot you can get into, a lot of accounts, a lot of things, and a class of spirits, her whole family of powerful daughters and sisters and granddaughters, um, as well as this thing that will become that will become that informs, and in some cases, I guess now is informed by the political constructions of the witch that we've talked about so
Yeah.
much as well.
There's a lovely parallel, I guess, with this evolution of again the what referring to scripture and the sacredness of scripture of things going back to extant traditions, even if it's between the line, the orality that is then documented in midrash and things like this, that Christians consistently within European history, when they get exposed to that, use that as a launching pad to kind of go back into Christianity, right? It's constantly borrowing this. With Lilith, there is when it's strange to say her name. I there is a conflation there that happens within. I believe there's in midrash even of it's in the original midrash. I believe it is a mortal woman named Ishtar, of all things, who is becomes the lover of Shemyaza, of one of the Watchers, one of the angels, the fallen angels, and that she performs the kind of it. This becomes hybridized in the Lilith mythos of Lilith knowing the name of God and leaving the garden basically and ascending in flight because she knows that the name of her creator. But that in the midrashic story that the woman is upset and cries because she can never be like Shemyaza, that she could never know God, she could never she will always be bound by the limitations of being mortal. So Shemyaza, of course, tells her the name. and she immediately ascends into heaven as the Pleiades in this particular version. And so Ishtar here is the mortal woman who becomes the Pleiades, who is
Mm,
also Lilith, who is also the seventh sister of the six-starred Pleiades. That is,
mm,
six prominent asterisms, but is always seven sisters in lore. So there's a lovely Pleiades connection there,
mm,
and there is therefore the kind of following mythos that happens, right, of Aldebaran and Orion being the upside down imprisoned body of Shemyaza. There's a lovely um, evolution of this that many of the you see it starting in the 70s, I believe. That's documentation as Wicca tries to kind of establish itself as at least one of the legitimate inheritances of the neo-pagan of a pagan survival of a pagan witchcraft,
mm,
and really laying its groundwork as a neo-pagan witchcraft, is that there's this understanding that there is at least in part a cult to Samael and Lilith that exists in England as being referred to as traditional witchcraft.
mm,
I like this kind of constant popping up that is then used to rightly or wrongly justify and reify what is witchcraft in this traditional sense, right? This ever constant battle of defining what tradition is, but certainly this Lilith seems to be at a lovely place of granting authority to witchcraft lineages and initiations, in even a British context, in contrast to this purely pagan, neo-pagan inheritance that Lilith herself might be the rebellious figure that she is said to be. That there is this non-serviam impulse, right,
right.
post Milton, and that she becomes one of the prominent, if not the primary prominent, female counterpart to a Luciferian impulse. And
Yeah, yeah, paired with Samael as this
yeah,
like grand feminine force of everything that isn't the Yahwist impulse.
yeah. And
Mm,
that in truth, in the various forms of midrashic lore and then witchcraft lore that builds upon that, you see Lilith as the mother of Cain, and this is where Cain's impulse to kill comes from,
right.
and uh, other notions of we talked about this a little bit within the when we did a Grapat Malat,
Mm.
and on whatever episode that was, insert footnote. Um, but that, for instance, Chumley and Shulky both have a huge um, love of and appreciation of and incorporation of Lilith into the kind of greater cultist Sabbatai mythos.
Mm,
And specifically in the Dragon Book of Essex, Lilith is felt to be a manifestation of the full moon, um,
mm,
and is interesting still the womb from which things are created at winter solstice, and things evolve throughout the year through this four stations of the demon princesses or queens or ladies or whatever you want to call them, but that Lilith is on a in through Shulky's lens, which is a little bit more um, rooted in, especially just the scene as I can understand it, a much more folk magic expression of, especially through a plant lens of
mm.
what Chumbly is doing. And obviously Chulky is an inheritor of Chumbly. The notion of Lilith being much more single in her manifestation is plays on this kind of neo-pagan inheritance of a lord and lady, that there's a male and a female figure that are needed for every
Right.
witchcraft, and Lilith becomes the overarching archetype, and as a lunar figure is really quite interesting in this. What are the grand impulses, right, of witchcraft of Saturn, Mars, and the Moon, kind of being there. That Lilith herself is the umbrella through which all other things go. That so you can, just as you can see the historical conflation between the Hecate, Diana, Selena, Artemis, Herodias, Lilith is as a lunar figure, and the horns of Lilith there, that everything in the sublunar realm is under her control. So all of witchcraft and its attachment to this world is somehow because of her.
Yeah, yeah, and that's emphatically backed up from at least by the time we get formulations of her in the Zohar, right? These
Yeah.
like very witchcraft appealing descriptions of her, hiding during the day in caves and other dark places, but at night she is free to roam the world. That is why it is written that a man may not sleep alone in a house, for Lilith will attempt to seduce him. She will slip in if the window is open a crack, slip beneath the door and beneath the sheets. So it's a sense of like infiltration is right there. Right, her long hair is jet black. Many a man has felt it hanging in his face as he lay asleep, dreaming lustful dreams. After she steals his seed, Lilith gives birth to mutant demons, half human and half demon, who are destined to be outcasts. To lead the hearts of men astray, Lilith adorns herself with all manner of decorations and stands at the entrance to roads and paths. She dresses for seduction with earrings from Egypt and jewels hung around her neck. Her hair is long and red in some cases as well. Her face is white and pink with six pendants hanging from her ears and all the ornaments of the East encircling her neck. Um, yeah, just like long, long descriptions. People get very, very into describing her.
Yeah, I the it's hard too because there's this as you as the onomastic impulse, right? That if one word sounds like another, that it must be related.
Mm,
And at the same time, when someone builds lore off of that even assumed relationship, that now it doesn't actually matter the historical accuracy of said relationship. Um, I can't hear you over context type of historical praxis of
yeah, yeah.
things like the Sumerian Lili have no connection to the Akkadian word Lilu, meaning evening.
Mm,
That this conflation that you see between Lamia of a Greek mythos, right? Of life force stealing, not only just children but semen stealing demons. That this becomes the translation of the same text in Isaiah,
right,
in many translations of the Bible. Um, the conflation of Lilith in the Burney relief, where that was unquestionably Lilith for a very long time, and then it was proposed that this might actually be Erishkigal. It was more than likely Inanna
right.
in some form, and that we can't automatically assume that we understand the iconography of said things. So I Lilith is a really lovely, on a very complex cornucopia platter of conflation, error disguised as universal truth,
Yeah.
truth disguised as perhaps universal error. I love the evolution or the mention of her specifically being, at least in part, tied to Lamashtu,
Mm,
the Akkadian. That's specifically the Akkadian name, and the Sumerian Kamadme, the demonic entity who is head of a lion, tooth of a donkey, naked breasts, hairy body, stands stained with blood, and stands on the feet of the Anzu bird.
mm,
So blamed to feed on the blood of human beings and blamed for miscarriages and infant death.
right.
So the wasted life potential, and you can this notion of infant death is sometimes ironically kind of passed over within a lot of the literature, is that this is the main evidence of Lilith's presence, right? Is this death of infant one way or the other, either before birth or within the year after birth, a couple of years after birth when the infant is very vulnerable. The Lamashtu specifically exists outside the divine order and thus is feared and is actually put in, controlled by Pazuzu, of Exorcist fame. That the demon you know is better than the demon you don't, and that if something exists was outside the divine order, that there is a true, that is in many ways the very strong witchcraft as rebellion against the status quo, or rebellion against the way things are going, against fate,
Mm,
by embracing other tools that are there. I enjoy this. There's something that feeds me in that examination of witch, in that examination of demon, in that examination of rebellion, that is not just I will not serve, but I do not accept things just as they are. And there's this lovely kind of dialectic that happens, right, in magic, of okay, how much of it is accepting what you're given, but we all modify what we're given, or else we
mm,
would not have cook. This it
yeah.
like it becomes a this notion of if if there was no ability to play with things, then very little would happen in the world. And so where does that stop? Then the impositions of moral law, ethical law, religious tradition, custom, everything describing proposed universal. Lamashtu still fucks with that. Lilith still
Right.
fucks with that. Um,
Yeah.
I really love the depiction of Lilith in True Blood, that she
Oh yeah.
arises out of blood. Have you seen those episodes
I
of?
haven't seen those episodes.
So there's this, they introduce the kind of vampire cult, that there's these religious zealots that worship the vampire as a distinct creation of God. And
Hmm.
this is like strange for the True Blood world to live to understand. But there's a gospel of Lilith, and that she has her own gospel, and that there's the blood of Lilith, the surviving blood, that if you take it in small amounts, gives you visions of her. And when you take it in large amounts, creates a blood orgy. But that Lilith is dangerous to she's the first vampire, and creates the first um, vampires as parallel to demons in this way. But
Gotcha.
she rises out of the blood pool, the blood carnage that vampires do. So when they all get high on her blood, they are daywalking and they're going out and they go into a bar and create a massive pool of blood of humans all around. And she arises as this creature that is born of spilt blood.
Mm.
And I enjoy this. The fanaticism there, right? Of course, that's being paralleled to evangelicalism, of course. Um, what is the great shift that, or the great examination that even Peter Carroll goes into, right? Of like, if you're a fundamentalist of anything, your religion is fundamentalism.
Mm.
And that it is very easy to go from being a fundamentalist Christian to a fundamentalist Muslim to a fundamentalist Lilithian. Uh,
Yeah.
so the point is here is that what are the true things that you are espousing? Um, the
Yeah, if your value center is like dominance, superiority, destruction of those who oppose you, then like yeah, you're going to find something else to fill those value centers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as a child of the 90s too, I would be remiss to not shout out to Sarah McLachlan and Lilith Fair,
Hmm.
which introduced many people to the classic image of the woman drake, which was kind of used as a logo for Lilith Fair, in that. So, uh,
Which is all the way down.
which is all the way down.
Yeah. And that there are some really useful as well as just like morally pertinent like historical lenses that a variety of feminist critiques have found helpful, right? Like there is a sense in talking about the dark feminine not just as a cosmological force, as a thing that supplants Shekinah, or as um, a mother of demons, or a lady of witchcraft paired with Samael, or Shemyaza, or Ashmedai, but also as like a way of getting to look at, cross culturally, what is the worst thing a particular culture says women can do or shouldn't do, um, as well as a lot of analysts pointing out how male writers have this. There is a prurient kind of sex appeal of dark seduction here, whereas like in a lot more female-centered lore, accounts of midwives confounding her, where she's just a problem, right? Like that there's a more of an active destructive force to Lilith, which we also see in like her as queen of Zemagad, right? Where she's got
Yeah.
the form of a beautiful woman from the head to the navel, but from the navel down, she is flaming fire. And it said her only intention is to arouse wars and all kinds of destruction. And that this is then even talked about as how it's her who seizes and kills the sons of Job. So again, we're
Yes.
back into articulations of um, mythologizing history and historicizing myth, um, but also yeah, again back to like um, there are some critiques of power going on here from a variety of angles.
Yeah, you can go overly crazy in etymologies of things, the conflation of night hag, the various night birds that she gets conflated with,
Mm, mm,
night owl, night jar, night raven, that the evolution of the name turning into things like Lilia or Lilia, Lily, which is related to Germanic word for purple, and therefore has whole ideas of royalty attached to it, but also what it is when the blood dries, the
mhm,
crimsonness of it all.
mm.
So I love that it like a snowball in this lovely blurring way. There's so much power that is gained through these descriptions, through these kind of things. I also recognize the how correlation is not causation.
Right.
If that's true in law, it's certainly true in history,
Mm.
and is important perhaps for all of us that are interested in any of these explorations to not necessarily list all things as co-equal of import. I do think that there's um, still freeing. I think we talked about it in the recent episodes anyway, and it's something that's been on my mind a lot is in writing of not falling victim to the kind of Anglo-Germanic goddess of or god of things,
Yeah.
that distinct personalities and local spirits that then become more universal spirits, then change and adapt through the land that they are and the value centers of the people that are adapting and adopting them. But um, I guess this idea of can Lilith evolve into something that is more like a goddess and is of general happy empowering place? I don't know. It would certainly that would be hubris to say that it can't. We just know that historically she was indeed a demoness for a very long time,
Right.
and still complicates this matter of witchcraft as purely pagan survival, witchcraft as rebellious act, witchcraft as political crime, witchcraft as term for all other religions that are outside what you're comfortable with,
Mhm.
witchcraft as a descriptor of magic versus witchcraft as a descriptor of worship,
Yeah.
which are not necessarily separate, but not necessarily best conflated in the Western model. And yeah, I think it's there's a complexity to this that is all brought up. And I know, I'm sorry, thank you for bringing up specific textual points with Lilith, because I the much like Lucifer, there is something that obviously grew, whether or not you can say, oh, it's not actually biblically mentioned.
Right.
I'm sorry that that is where you're going with this. I know that you have some uh, probably a better familiarity with me than the mirror of the mirror
Yeah.
of Lilith, that is uh, famously before there was this shift that happened in the early 2000s where the world of academia and the world witchcraft had been around enough and published enough, especially with the voluminous amounts of publishing of perhaps scientific, unacademic witchcraft books that got published, that it started being understood as a social phenomena, at least to warrant study by academics, past just the disproving of a contiguous legacy.
Mm.
And the particular the that particular necromancy book tends to be one of the first academic books that got quoted a lot or looked at for there might be something here useful for practitioners.
Yeah.
Because this understanding that eventually happened was that you could read academic treatises on magical texts and use the proposals, suppositions, the contextualizations, and even perhaps sometimes inspired meaning that is given to these texts by academics as possibility and a launching pad for practice.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so the Munich Handbook specifically stands out for me as one of those books that was in the sections of practical witchcraft that you saw
Mm.
as that is
Mm.
an academic book. It's not just Drawing Down the Moon, which is a survey of witchcraft groups.
Right.
It's and talking to modern witches. It's not a historical book that is specifically trying to contextualize like whether it's discovery of witchcraft or Malleus or any number of things that are meant to hunt witches, but you
Mm.
had a book that was looking at a document in not a huge document and taking certain parts of it, and you could then take the lists of names and you saw them popping up and like, oh, this is the book of shadows I received from my grandmother, and it's directly lifted from the Munich Handbook. And
Yeah.
awesome. I Yeah. So the Munich Handbook, Al,
Yeah. I
and
think
the
that
Mirror of Lilith.
that's a really great framing of this because we also have this notion here of like Lilith's witchcraft or a witchcraft that includes and engages with Lilith as the thing done by those who partake in hidden law, in ancient law, in even suppressed law, especially, which obviously gets us back to the empowerment of heresy, right, as opposed to blasphemy, but also takes us into necromancy in the medievalist sense of the term. So yeah, in the Munich manual. shelf marked as CLM 849, and we find this operation called the first mirror of Lilith. And the treatment that you're talking about in the book of the Latin, and a lot of analysis of it by Richard Kirkhoff of Forbidden Rites, introduces it by talking about how the first mirror of Lilith, which is spelled Lilith or Lilet as well, is dedicated to this. He describes as this ancient Hebrew demon and her followers and her knights, in inverted commas. That is one of the many parts where the Latin gets queried. It's also translated by, say, John Quayle as her husbands and ancient warriors, which isn't necessarily inaccurate to the Latin. But Kierkegaard also goes on to say that throughout the text, it slips into calling the spirit Bilet or Bilet before the experiment's done with. So in this operation, the necromancer commands these demons to appear in a non-threatening form and answer questions. He goes on to say the mirror itself can be made in the form of a shield, but need not be. The master prays to Lilith to come in her own appearance, not that of ravens. That's significant. That it's mentioned specifically, don't turn up as ravens. Hooray, Ravenlow. And she's conjured to sit with him whenever the master calls and wants. And she'll appear in the mirror with two or more servants. So again, yes, they do move in herds, and will tell the truth or give appropriate signs regarding theft, murder, or other circumstances.
Mm.
So there are a couple like significant things that get pulled out for wider practice as well. The consecration of the mirror includes either interring it at a four-way crossroads or at the grave of some murdered person in the evening twilight on Tuesday or Saturday, which, if we're not going off the idea that when it gets to night, another planet rules that night, this is Martial and Saturnine influence, which are the two big things in medieval and early modern necromancy. Those are your two planets that you're going to be mostly working in a modality through. Yeah, it's I say an operation with the Latin isn't bad necessarily, but there are a bunch of interpretations of where exactly we're going from in there, whether we're talking about knights or ancient warriors or husbands even. The fact that we in this emergence of Lilith as a spirit that is dealt with from this more explicitly Solomonic angle. It's said that some of the seals, the lesser and the greater seal of Solomon, have to be on this mirror that is shaped like a shield. So we are moving into this this demon being worked with as a demon, along with various others contained in those spirit lists that start being called goetic. But this, as I said, this is also not unparalleled in terms of connections that have been made before between the child killing demon in the Testament of Solomon, which earliest Solomonic text in many senses. So we start to see an emergence of using the medieval techniques of necromancy, of necromantia, to work with far older demonic forces. And this is also where we start to see where there may be a point at which names are shifted away from Lilith. So rather than seeing the center of the onomastics trying to pull in Layla, Lilu, all these things that you've already so well mentioned, we start to see the permutation out of Lilith into Bilith, Byleth, Bylet, Billet, who is a persistently high status figure across a bunch of Grimoire spirit catalogs and spirit lists, who does have characteristics that seem to at least derive from an older identity as Lilith, as a true queen of hell. And again, repairing to our late great friend Jake Stratton Kent's Pandemonium, he says that this Bileth character becomes one of the most intriguing figures in the grimoires and deserves a lot more attention from researchers and practitioners alike. That they're, for instance, named in 3 out of the 5 long text entries in the Veyer and Scott catalogue. There's a lot said about them. There's a lot said about their particular patronage of necromancy. that the necromancer needs to do particular things to work with them that are absolutely then employed to work with other spirits as well. And so again, Byleth starts to occupy a space of not just another spirit that you work with when necromancing, but a fundamental spirit of necromancy, and plainly an important one at that.
I would also be remiss to not do because it's a newer book. I've only had the wonderful pleasure of kind of going through it once. I hope it will warrant many looks back. But She of the Night is recently released by Lily Regulus out of Theon Publishing. It is
Mm,
ex exhaustive
mm,
in the most love letter of ways. It's
mm,
2 volumes. It's huge. It's up there with many of the other kind of treatises that are out there on various female figures, or even male figure. The beyond that, it's just it's if you are interested in Lilith, um, get it.
mm,
There's mention of everything. There's lots of kind of scaffolding and repetition. There's lots of diving in, but it is not. It reads it. The devotion is there, and it frames a really lovely context for everything. And I enjoy that type of work. So,
yeah.
um, She of the Night, lovely, Illudily Regulus. Thank you for that huge labor of love, but also just what a fantastic work. Is it definitive? Probably. It's probably one of the seminal um, uh, authoritative texts that is going to be out there. It is not. Um, it's obviously based in personal exploration, devotion, but it is. It feels like something
Mm,
without it being uh, the kind of unfortunate dark fluffs of the 2010s. It's not that. It's information and stitched together in a really beautiful way. Um, so yeah, there's times where reading a book or exploring a book on a subject feels a little bit initiatory. This I think She of the Night is in that vein.
mm,
Um, I also love that Lilith, not just to kind of complicate what is traditional witchcraft, because I think that following that that post I was talking to you about of the Polish witch account, talking about like a lot of what we call traditional witchcraft is really still based in Western mystery tradition, and therefore is not that dissimilar to Wicca, and is still based in the
right.
Anglophonic views of Rosicrucianism and Hermeticism and things like this.
Yeah.
But there are other traditional witchcrafts out there, and that term has been wonderfully complicated in the sense of like we've talked about how many Brazilians are using the term traditional witchcraft to describe Kimbanda, of like it's the traditional witchcraft of Brazil. Um, that Italian traditional witchcraft and Iberian traditional witchcraft, Polish traditional witchcraft, which could also be called folk witchcraft, sure, but that Lilith finds her a prominent role in many of these expressions because if you're looking for anything that is in contrast to the authority of the church, you're going to go for those things that are said to give power and have power in contrast to the church, whether it's Lucifer, Lilith, and Herodias as an umbrella term for so many deities that comes in there, inheriting the Diana and Juno Hera complexes, as well as just Lilith kind of uh, catapulting forward on the back of Inanna and Ishtar and these other deities that she may have been in contrast to at one point. And I love the notions of that. I guess where I was going with that is that you do see in some of the kind of documented alternatives to the more overtly neo-pagan forms of witchcraft coming out of Rome and Italy, that Lilith forms a central form, a way of an identity as a patroness that is outside of even the need for a male pairing.
Mm,
And
hmm.
so Lilith becomes the main inspiration, the main intoxication of I have agency, which is interesting because it's that reminds me of the where I'm going with this, just the kind of the exposing of in Sabrina, the comic and the television series, the Netflix series. Netflix, yeah, sure. Not advocating any of it, but still saying that the non-servium can still be perverted into servium the hell out of everything. And
Yeah.
you see this kind of through this lens too of the dangers of Lilith that were talked about in True Blood of like intoxication and power don't come with no there's always a price. And while
Mhm.
that's still wrapped up in a kind of perhaps fear-based like don't go too outside the social order that is
Right.
inherent in most vampire myths, in witch myths and things like this, there is also something to be said of not necessarily pretending that the poison won't kill you as well. And
Yeah.
Lilith always has this air of danger around her, and an instability. There is one uh, anthropologist, I will footnote her, that has a few YouTube videos and a book written about specifically Lilith as her correspondence to borderline personality. And
Hmm.
the qualities as the dandy disease or the feminine, which is another term for borderline personality, and she doesn't use that term, I'm just conflating it there, of uh, that archetype of instability, and which seems to me a continued exploration of a lunar role, right? The
Right.
phases of the moon, the inconstancy of the moon, the relationship to menstruation, to life and loss that are tied up into the womb as barren, the womb as fertile, and the stealing of seed. The notion of the woman in the church, the early church, or the first probably 1500 years of the church, of the woman as fertile field, but not actually giving any genetic material.
Right.
Um, and so this idea of Lilith as someone who contributes, someone who is equal and made perfect from the beginning, that complicates our I was going to say prepositions, but I proposing some things. I don't know prepositions,
Yeah.
sure, but not the uh,
But not in the grammary, but not the
not
grammar.
yes, thank you. That was very helpful. It's like there is a speed bump that is happening here. I'm driving over the body of myself in trying to get into first gear. So thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
That.
I the relationship with of Belith, Violet, is
Mm,
there. It's
mhm.
there. Wait, yet Belith is not the same in like the 72, is certainly not the same as Lilith, and yet obviously has some relationship.
Yeah.
What that is, go conjure both, figure it out.
Right.
Uh, and if you present yourself as authoritative, I will say, grow up. Uh, you know,
Right.
God grant me the serenity to have friends that challenge my calcified ideas about what everything is. Um,
Mhm.
but yeah, soapbox off.
I think your point around this importance of lunary business is especially helpful as a further springboard to consider our herb of the hour.
Mm.
If that's appropriate, we can obviously
Yes,
continue
absolutely.
circling back like so many night hags to more Lilith mysteries
What'd you
along the
call me?
way. Wet hag American summer.
Yeah.
Uh, uh, Willow, it feels like the one of the most lunary trees I know. Whether we're talking about its like watery locations, which is also fundamentally based around its thirst, right?
Yes.
As well as its bendability. It's a phlegmatic tree. Even if we're not talking about the specific forms of it that are called weeping, those that lachrymous form is very phlegmatic as well. I have heard so many witches that I know and respect talk about it as such a fundamentally witching tree,
Yes.
that it feels very apt that we're talking about Willow in these contexts.
It's almost like I picked that one.
Almost like it inspired something else.
Yeah.
Yeah, a continual discussion of
I
the bending boughs.
if I can interject, because I know I've shared this story before, but it's absolutely time to share it again with authority of being at British Sinai and Corinne Boyer doing an amazing talk. This was in the first space. So this is probably year one or two. We're on the 10th year now. But someone asked her point blank, what would you consider the most evil tree?
Hmm.
And Corinne is always a wealth of information. She's usually, you know, measured in her responses. She did not miss a breath and said, Willow, next question. And that has stood out in my brain as just quintessentially wonderful.
Mhm.
But also the notion of, uh, and being told this by many people, both mentors and friends, and the great friend that is the intranet.
Mhm.
The the notion that the willow as a vessel, as a tree, is so tied to this witchcraft nature that to honor the tree as an entity is automatically bringing in Lilith or Hecate or any number of watery, not as water spirits alone, but water as communication, water as abyss that the spirits must cross, perhaps.
Mhm.
The bendability, the connection to the moon. That yes, there is this relationship to the tree that we call weeping, as you said, but which also, as an aside, pisses me off because it's a proper name, Babylonica, and so therefore it's capitalized, which makes people think that you should capitalize the second word of a plant name, which is the species name. But no, but yes, but no, but yes. Um, but that helike, right, of my bad Greek pronunciation there, that this tree, when it is tied with a sash, becomes this witch goddess, this communicator, or at least a harbinger or announcer of the spirit world. And that Hecate as Willow, Lilith as Willow. There's a lot there in the Sally of it all. Sally being the
Mhm.
Irish name, or the Salix. So
Yeah.
yes, what do you find with Willow, sir? As I cut you off.
Oh no, not at all. Not in the slightest. I was hoping you'd tell the answer to the question from Kareen.
Yeah.
I think about that a lot. Yeah, I went through Langham's Garden of Health as I've been prone to do over the last few sessions, just because his breakdown of what things is he indexes each use of a plant in the entry after he's gone through them, which is very helpful for searchability. Fascinating how we see he's often mentioning not just willow but also sallow again from the Irish Sally, and even poplar as well. Right? He's aware that they are different. Willow and poplar are not the same thing, but they partake of some of the same, again, terribly phlegmatic natures. There's a lot of stuff about voiding lust by eating the flowers of willow or sallow or poplar, that the flowers of sallow or willow maketh cold all heat of carnal lust, which is where the quenching quality comes in there. We can stamp the green leaves very small and apply them to the privy parts to take away the desires to Venus. So again, we've got some like anatomization of the application of the thing. He also points out in terms of that salicylic acid that the bark hath like power with the flowers and leaves and is of a drier complexion, and more specifically around the use of it, or the isolation of it for aspirin. He does talk about if you seed willow tops, he adds a little rosemary and vinegar unto the third part be wasted. You can wash the head therewith to cure headaches. Um, there are also some things as wateriness is also linked to a slowing down of things and to sleep and to dream, that you can seed the leaves of white willow in water and wash thy feet therewith up to the knees and go to bed and thou shalt sleep. Um, Also talks about the roots of the oak or willow sodden with a hen, that with some aniseeds and ginger and the broth drunk warm purgeth choler and melancholy. So who have that sense of purging the dry humors with its
Mhm.
fundamental wetness. Um, and that you can use beets and mallows
Fundamental Wetness
therewith.
is a great band name.
I like it. It's interesting. You also see some like crossover with including some hotter ingredients. Another void lusting, sorry, lust voiding. That lust voiding is very different. Void lusting is very different. To start to go to horny jail, he also says drink red nettle seeds and the flowers of poplar or willow. which is an interesting one in terms of something we talk about a lot about the way that formulary is about how those different ingredients are interacting with each other as well. That you
Hmm.
don't just want to pile seven different herbs for protection on top of each other, especially if some of those are going to get in each other's way. We don't want too many plant ally cooks spoiling the bath broth. But I find it interesting that we talked about nettle as a fundamentally very fiery ingredient, and the seeds of it. And seeds are also regarded as a particularly fiery form of a plant because they have
Hmm.
that inner spark in them. That we have the flowers interacting, we have this cooling, soothing, quenching thing, which is also a thing towards inactivity, towards barrenness, towards a lack of the lusts of spring and life, interacting with those red nettle seeds in order to void this lust, which I found a really interesting example. Yeah.
I enjoy that this tree has the reputation of, in that wonderful, I'm going to complexify God of quality that you
Mm,
talk about a tree, but that it's both fertility and sterility,
yeah.
and therefore longevity as well as death.
Mm,
That being even under the shadow of specifically the weeping willow has that reputation, right? There's that wonderful song from the beginning of The Innocents, which is a 60s version of the Turn of the Screw,
mm,
the Henry James novel. But uh, where a little girl's voice is singing to the under the weeping under the willow her love lies, and asks the willow to wail with her, um, singing "O Willow Waly." There's a lot of the lore, right, can be explained by the fighter. Some of the lore, at least, not only to its doctrine of signature side of like its mutability, its bendability, its things like its thirst, its great thirst, its need to be by water,
mm,
as one of the quintessential water trees, and therefore of the moon, by that nature,
mm,
but also that it's two primary the idea of the bark containing protoaspirin of and being a pain reliever, and therefore bears chewing willow trees gives people the example of like, okay, this bark is good for pain. You can do make willow bark tea certainly, and it will give an analgesic effect. It's just not as effective as refined drugs these days. What
But
is
I also hear that you can't overdose on it. I mean, I don't want to give anyone permission to try, but yeah, it was someone talking about again the colonialist end of big biopharma, that you can isolate the individual molecule and do yourself in with an aspirin overdose, especially combined with other things.
Yeah.
Whereas precisely because the component parts of willow bark have other things in them as well, that it's if not impossible, a lot harder to do.
Certainly true of it's I don't know why the number 1/6 is standing out in my head, but it's significantly weaker than this isolated pain reliever molecule, and is also things that are medicinal and help us don't taste that good,
Mm.
and are often evacuated from the body in high doses. But certainly, if one can cure, two can kill, and Paracelsus wins the day. Um, Dosage makes the poison.
Yeah.
The I think there's a side of willow too that is worth mentioning, right? Of the doctoring of plants, that willow sprigs planted in the ground or put into the ground to promote crop growth in England, I would assume are directly linked to the fact that willow has a natural rooting hormone in it. And so you can
Ah.
take a branch of willow and put it in wet ground. It very likely will grow roots and turn into a full tree.
Mm.
And additionally, you can put the shavings of a willow or a willow branch next to something that you want to root, and this was a way to increase the ability of that plant to then root. So you can take cuttings and grow full trees through the agency of willow. Uh,
Ah.
so fertility, yes, its connection to the dead makes it a sterility exemplar, especially in Eastern Mediterranean Greek lore.
Yeah.
Just because this is what you drink. It's also a love potion, curiously, because of that, and
Mm.
there's a lot of things there. I the uh, Spirit Retinue, just because it's possible to look it up in Shulky here in Green Mysteries,
Mm.
listed as mutability, porosity, immersion, penetration, osmosis, capriciousness, longing, licentiousness, feral, libido, swaying limbs, fulsome advances, fiery upwellings, and feminine wiles. I will have my issues with certain parts of speech not being consistent in that list,
Mm.
but I can also let that go. But the notion to that is mentioned in Sabbatic Craft 2 of the crooked willow being cut at noon in the single stroke of the working knife is the crooked wand, which is used most
Ha!
specifically.
As opposed to the very straight hazel
Yes.
to be cut at the rising sun.
Yes. And
Ha!
similarly with Hazel, you just reminded me because Hazel, Birch, and Willow, but Willow hugely so being the dowsing wand.
Mm.
That it finds water because of its incredible
Water
thirst.
to water. Yeah, 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 yeah. You see in a lot of oh, certainly 17th and 18th century um mosaical rods that are not just about finding um doubloons or buried treasure, but are about finding particular minerals.
Yes.
A lot of very, very like f fundamental sympathies of if you are looking for tin, you should find a small piece of tin and lash it to the end of your rod. And so it's the rod is a handle, but it is the piece of tin that's finding the other pieces of tin. You don't have that with Willow because it is already fundamentally watery
Yes.
for water dowsing specifically, for doodle bugging. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think the notes here, I'm assuming because it's in my Green Mystery section, is going to be in Green Mysteries of fashioning magical wand, where you take Willow and cut it in the spring with when the sap is rising, and as the moon wanes, and then after this dries, this is a specific wand of virtue here. It's also used as a magic wand in by an enemy magician in Thomas's Gospel of the Infancy of Christ,
Ah,
apocryphal, commanding some waters and doing some shit with a willow wand. That is, Jesus has to work his magic on the
ah,
I want to say pond, but I think it's a lake. Um, but so furthering there, right, of obviously lunar, obviously water-based, deific forms listed, right? Lilith, Artemis, specifically the one known as Lagodesma, so and Artemis Orthia, the willow-bound one. Um, Circe, Kirke, and Hecate. So it's interesting because Circe is one who works with Hecate, but is of solar lineage, as is Hecate. It's so
sure.
interesting that play gets the oversimplification of everything being lunar is quite interesting when the sun is also in front of the behind the moon in our onion layers of the universe.
Yeah.
And so um, workers of a lunar nature being a descendant of the sun also makes sense when they're saying they're inheriting all of the chain of heaven in that
Mm,
way in my head.
hmm.
The
Yeah.
affliction described by named by Shulky as aloofness with
Mm,
Willow. Um,
mm,
the therapeutic is connection and attachment. Its domain is the marsh. The emblem is described as a maiden standing amid a close-woven thicket, wearing a crown of catkins, bearing a leafing staff in her hand,
mm,
and pouring water from a goblet on her right.
mm, hmm.
I love anything where plant spirits are given distinct identities um,
Yeah.
in that way.
Yeah. 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 The thing around when you cut it and how you dry it makes me think of an operation you find in the like Verum family of texts where to conjure in De Secretis it's Frothiel who is Frucissier later on who is the only subordinate of the Verum's 18 to specifically mention doing necromancy. There's an operation where you to summon Fruthiel or Frucissier to bring you a dead person, and it involves a circle and building a fire in that circle, and the fire is to be kindled with willow staves, which makes me think about like when there's no instruction specifically given on how the willow staves have to be harvested, but yeah, burning them and what that means, how far ahead you plan for that and the conditions that they're kept in. Like, what do we do with the materia before as well as after an operation? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's really interesting to me. Um, and even the admixture of some solunary components to some of these deific forces also associated with Willow makes me think of how there are a couple grimoires, and one of which I've been working on for a while, the Book of the Science of Nigromancy, where pretty much the only tool that is named for that for that working that grimoire, which is again one of those very explicitly necromantic setups where you summon all the spirits, all the chapters, all the working groups of spirits with a formal pact, and then have a bunch of what he calls applied conjurations, which is very much like the supernatural secrets of Verum et al. The only tool is a spear with a willow shaft to make the circle, and so this sense of circling with willow is interesting to me. You also find that in the Faustian Nigromantische Kunstbuch, the Nigromantic arts book. There's a operation or two, I think, for again specifically using a spear with a willow a shaft for the circle rather than a wand or a knife.
Yeah.
The only other ones that I came across in terms of doing a bit of a dive on, like, okay, how necromantic does this get, is an operation in the science of necromancy with it names them Duvus and Arcus, but they're also found in other versions of the science as or even like named earlier when there's a breakdown of the spirit catalog as Argus as well, or Argos, who turn up as they're spirits that Dan Harm's in writing about Hell and Fairy, and looking at the distinctions and overlaps between things called demons and things called fairies. They crop up a lot. And they also turn up in Rollinson D253, published by Stephen Skinner's the Cunning Man's Handbook. Sorry, the Cunning Man's Grimoire. Where these spirits work by putting wooden staves in a room. So the one set of operations for them is with palm wood specifically in the bedchamber, and it has most of its parallels and overlaps with the operations for calling 3 gentlemen or 3 ladies to your bedchamber, the one where you like lay the table and all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
We find a bunch of those across the European Grimoire corpus. But there is another version of it in Science of Nigromancy where in an operation to free captives, and if thou wilt deliver any man from prison, take 3 willow staves and put in 3 parts of the prison, tower, or castle. And in thy place appointed or accustomed, open thy book and conjure these spirits as deliverers to jailbreak people. And that's specifically with willow staves in that case. So there's a sense that these spirits work with other woods as well. But the commonality is staves of them, and sometimes staves with name papers wrapped around them as well. And sometimes there's a third as well, Adabel, who's sometimes identified as an angel, just to complicate the grand umbrella of folk necromancy, working with devils that might also be fairies, that might also be aerial spirits or of the woods, which the author of the Rawlinson manuscripts has a whole like aside at the end where he's like, I don't know the exact nature of these spirits. I don't know if they're good or bad or something in between. He mentions as well as an option. Along with something that might be an angel or might not be. It's a wide variety of things. But yeah, Willow turns up there in terms of getting people out of jail.
Interesting. I mean, that makes us to the I would think anything boundary marker, right? Because also Willow is used to make both fences, baskets, anything that contains something, and then the holes in the baskets and the ability to bend those things.
Yeah.
And also the notion of like living fences that Willow is so beautifully used for, of getting willow saplings and creating something that in 3 years will become trees but woven into a shape. There's a whole lore of basket stuff there too, of weaving things out of willows that I think Schulke goes into in Verdarium Umbris, talking about the notion of weaving the baskets and this use of willow. I think it's called the Tree of the Grail of Desire in Verdarium Umbris. Tapping into brain that hasn't been there in a while. Okay, but something just the notion of a basket, which brings up its use perhaps in the basket is perhaps a whole style of magic we can go to in a future thing, because it exists in Kimbanda, for instance, as a way to collect things, and there's lore there of feeding things in baskets across the Yoruba traditions as well, as a thing that holds. But willow is tied into that, the thing that contains other things, this weaving of various osiers of willows together to hold something, and then to be able to what the Wicker Man is
Mhm.
indeed wicker.
Yeah.
And the conflation of something that is wick, which is bendable,
Mm.
in especially still a term that's used in um, northern UK, northern
Mhm.
England,
Mhm.
and its use of things like wicked and wicca and wise, bent. What is the reality between all of those things? It depends on what you're selling.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Hmm. Okay. So Willow and its beauty into I mean also, well, I guess it's actually important to discuss its conflation with, in other areas, spinning goddesses, fates, things like this, because of its use into basketry and use into fences and use into
Uh,
structural walls that are then built upon.
the weaving ones, right?
Yeah,
Hmm.
exactly. So there is something there of the willow being at least akin to the spinning ones, to the weaving ones, but not necessarily in the kind of more Greek lore that I know, right? Where it's different. But we certainly, Western Europe, it knows willow as a tree of architecture, a tree of construction, and one that is intrinsically tied to the health of boundaries and things like this too. So it's interesting that the boundaryless ones, or the ones that control the boundaries, are deities and spirits that are often associated with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think mineral. Let's go. Let's do it.
Sure. All right. Yeah. So from a particularly watery thing, um, uh, both in the quenching of things and also the stirring of the feelings of the night, to a very diurnal stone, right? From moon to back to sun, from cold back to hot. Citrine, the yellow, sometimes brownish yellow variety of quartz. We can point to it, I think, pretty easily these days. Might vary from pale yellow to a more kind of deep amber. I
Mhm.
learned that that is caused by the presence of trace amounts of iron in the crystal structure, which is fun, um, for for Fortuna Majory reasons for me. That I work with it a lot for working with that particular figure and its spirits and virtues. I learned that citrine is typically found in Brazil, Madagascar, and Zambia.
Mhm.
And then I tried to get into some of the lapidary of it, which has the usual sets of confusions
Mhm.
around when a stone is when a stone title is its descriptor. Um, the yellowy one, the citrinus, or from citrinus, the color of a lemon or a citron. There are a lot of things called golden. The citron-esque confusion seems to go back to Pliny, who describes variously chryselectrum,
Mhm.
which is a yellow amber electrum, not the same as the metal electrum, which is a gold silver alloy. Not that. Also different from chryselectro, the color of golden amber, which is probably citrine quartz or possibly chrysoberyl.
Mhm.
Um, it is also name wise it's confusing to pin down when we're talking about what. Sometimes it's also mistaken or deliberately faked for topaz, the yellow
Yeah.
topazes specifically. Looking through the medieval Peterborough lapidary, it actually only mentions citrine as a kind of jacinth. It's the one that isn't red. But this again appears to be applying a description to something else, right? He's talking about when it's a cooling stone. When a man puts him in his mouth, it makes him cold, which sounds like something else. Citrine doesn't it has a lot more associations when it does turn up eventually as a solary thing. All of those Chris ones, right? The golden thing, the thing of the sun, the thing of the son of the Trinity, right? All those kinds of things. Um, and that's that this element of its not just its difficulty of naming what it is, but of its fundamental qualities come from a keep tying me back in what I was looking at to um, its manipulation and its use for other things, its transformations. Most citrine on the market is actually heat treated amethyst or smoky
Mm-hmm.
quartz.
Mm-hmm.
And that's also, to be fair, like that is how it seems to naturally form, right?
Yeah.
Gradual heating of amethysts, which again is a type of quartz, under high temperatures in the Earth's crust, and that process causes those very iron impurities, again, which give the amethyst its purple, to change color to yellow. And that's the creation of natural citrine. There are also artificial treatments which actually usually use clear quartzes, like rock crystal, apparently, and they heat it with the presence of other like gases and minerals to get a more artificial one, which is generally like a more uniform yellow, as opposed to having the golden varieties and inclusions and things like that. And this just got me pondering on how there really wasn't as much on citrine as I was expecting. Like we could pick through various ways that chrysalectrum and chrysalectro are referred to and talked about. But what it really got me thinking about, in terms of being aware that there is this metamorphosis from one stone to another, is the alchemy of it all. And I came across an essay in the Ambix journal by Jennifer M. Rampling called Citronation and Its Discontents, Yellow as a Sign of Alchemical Change. And she points out that the process of yellowing, which is also just called citronation, right? Because it's again just a term for the yellow or the citrons or the lemony one, does often appear in medieval recipes. But it's interested a lot less commentators than the more familiar processes of like the blackening of Negredo, the whitening of albedo, or the reddening of rubedo. And that while those are more kind of canonical colors, yellowness, she explores how it's associated in alchemy and in associated craft practices, both in Latin and like the vernacular stuff, where a lot of these sources are interrogating the role of yellowness in its beginnings, middles, and endings of practices. And she's concentrating on 15th and 16th century English stuff. So again, alchemy is not one thing. But she points out that as starting ingredients like yellow vitriol and other things offered, says this potential for transmutation, but also posed problems of identification and preparation. So this is partly because like citronation is about making things look yellow, making things look golden. And so this gets very tied up into falsifying metals, of making things appear gold as opposed to actually turn into gold. As an intermediary stage, she says it's pretty common that a yellowness is presented as a promising sign of future success, in the form of like dramatic color changes and unexpected products. But just as like yellowness can be offered into an end itself, there are many citronation processes in these recipe collections explicitly about attempting to imitate, if not like forge gold, then to try and imitate some of its properties. So it's not all just like counterfeit. It's a little bit like a lesser gold. It has some of its qualities. And she ends up concluding that there's this like double meaning of citronation, both as a temporary color change that can show that like it's on the way to something fruitful, and as this means of either falsifying things to pretend to be gold, or at least to imitating or attempting to, by sympathy, cohere some of the virtues of gold in all of this like alchemical literature. Which again, yellowing and what part that is, the way it turns up, but it has less of a set part. It has less of a set role in a sequence that the reddening, the whitening, and the blackening tend to. It got that got me interested in, okay, what are we going to do with the fact that like citrine is a term for the lemony one or the yellowy one or the citrine one. And then by the time you get to like New Age type sources, where we're firmly into like, oh, it's a solary thing, which again feels like some kind of, if not direct, indirect inheritance of this sense of like gold but not gold,
Mhm.
prosperity, positivity, self-confidence. Even Judy Hall in her Crystal Bible describes it carrying the power of the sun. This is an exceedingly beneficial stone. She calls it an aura protector, which cleanses and regenerates. It absorbs, it transmutes and grounds negative energy. And yeah, for kind of that's where I kind of came to work, not through Judy Hall, but like through this sense of its protective qualities of the sun. Again, Fortuna Major is like the indefatigable endurance of the sun.
Mm.
And I really like working it for that. That's about what I got for citrine. So I just info dump all that.
No,
It felt like it fit together.
fuck my notes, right? No. I no, citrine is interesting because of exactly what you're talking. It's interesting for me in the sense of it's one of those topics that how have we not discussed citrine before now because it's such a
Right.
it's a named stone. We're running out of
Yeah.
stones that are in the historical pre-modern record as, but it also brings up some interesting points with as you're talking about this that the concept of yellow stone is right to be called citrine.
Hmm.
And there are, of course, many yellow stones. Like there's yellow diamonds, there's yellow sapphires, there's topaz, there's heliodor, there's tourmaline, ember, golden beryl. But citrine itself, as a spectrum of stones, also begs to the point, as my experience is, we tend to ascribe certain stones sometimes to specific current specific deities or spirits, which seems to be a very modern ascription,
Mm.
with the exception of historical exemplar of maybe it's a prominent mine near a specific area and that gets built up in the kind of terroir of a deity or a
Yeah, yeah,
spirit.
yeah. Yeah.
But we also know that trade and minerals, spices and foods, artistry, the crushing for pigments, there's no loyalty there. If you have vibrant blue that could be made, either you're doing Egyptian blue or you're doing lapis. And half these are developed in order to not have to trade extensively for it, right?
Yeah.
So the notion of color itself as, and we've probably done it, if we haven't, we should, but color as magic itself,
Mm.
certainly the notion, kind of the materialistic mindset that happens in a lot of magic of looking to the natural substance as being of intrinsically more value than the unnatural substance, i.e., the man-made, and how we separate man from nature in that way, that a termite mound is considered natural, but
Hmm.
our creation of plastic is not.
Mm.
I'm not saying that definitively one way or the other. I just find the separation itself quite interesting that we have inherited the split of man from nature, or at least ruling over nature, and therefore consider what we produce and create as separate from.
Yeah.
And so, fake citrine, is it fake? It's still citrine. It's
Hmm.
still the color of a citrine, which brings up the whole color naming thing of being most languages just say the word that it looks like, you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
as opposed to having specific color names.
Hmm.
Um, uh, citrine is associated with merchants heavily across the New Age lore too. Of it's a merchant's stone.
Mm.
That yellowing of that gold glitter being applied to sunlight, right? Of money, of wealth, of putting shine on things so you can sell them.
Mm.
Is all there. Interestingly, that hardened amber appeal that it has, because it does kind of have that naturally occurring citrine tends to be paler from what I've seen. That's just probably because I can't
Yeah.
afford any even looking at good citrine because it is rarer. But this notion of amber being far burnable, for instance, and citrine
Mm.
being in a hard form. Um, Also, I guess the kind of pairing up to with it being one of November's multiple stones
Mm.
as a birthstone, but that it prevents heartbreak specifically. Um,
Mm.
and so the the sun doesn't set type of thing, that the
Yeah,
warmth
yeah.
of the sun pervades in citrine, and it's associated, I believe, with the 13th wedding anniversary. There's a
Yeah.
lot of lore that is perpetuated, for instance, by the jewelers associations and the American Gem Society, and kind of get perpetuated. Like good for them. Um, but I believe it's first mentioned 14th century, which okay. It's also really hard to know, as we've discussed across the board with minerals and herbs, many times to know what the fuck is being mentioned in the historical record,
Yeah.
because again, it just means yellowish stone
Mhm.
in this specific case. So I don't have
much to say other than that I know that I've seen a lot of citrine on business shrines, business altars, and therefore gets conflated to other business spirits and deities, whether that is I know someone that has citrine studded eyes and the little happy cat thing.
Hmm.
Place of business. I know people that put citrine with the Cosme Damian kind of prosperity ere beji altars that you see in Brazilian
Yeah.
candlesticks. Like you'll see citrine and amethyst actually,
Right.
both around the little Cosme Damian things. Is that because it's Cosme Damian? I would think it's because of prosperity and the other associations that you look up with it. That
Yeah.
there's gold there, that there's a yellowness, a warmth, keeping the fires lit. Uh,
Hmm.
in that way and associated with the kind of burning a candle that citrine itself is like the warm flame that doesn't
Yeah.
destroy but keeps things warm.
Totally. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The well-tended forge, the well-tended hearth.
Yeah.
The yeah, again, like big greater fortune stuff around like the figure of like starting and running your own business, of being the sovereign of your own life,
Yes.
forging your own path of prosperity. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I would think that that's again the blur that happens there of that's really beautiful in looking at this wonderful exploration of texts like the PGM
Mm.
of late of trying to pull out why somebody's using something
Yeah.
is fascinating because oftentimes we just don't have the context and we can suppose things. But like this kind of conflation of seeing citrine so prominently in so many Sao Paulo, Ere Cosme Damian shrines. To a Catholic, you see Cosme Damian, and if you don't know the context of Afro-Brazilian religion, you're not necessarily going to understand that that is a mask for the child spirits of prosperity and abundance. And
Mm.
therefore, business owners might use citrine when they look up a business stone or a
Yep.
merchant stone, and it has nothing to do with Cosme Damian. But you might see that growing up and create the the
Connection.
the connection, the next level of when something goes from um pidgin to Creole in language, right? That like there was a purposeful adaptation that then gets pulled into a larger current of use and familiarity, and then you permanently associate citrine with Cosme Damian.
Yeah.
And this hagiographic blur or material divine, materia blur that's going to
Hmm.
happen is interesting because the associations happen. We see this Lilith Hecate historical affiliation with Willow. There is also the thing of like, if we're unscrupulous and do a bunch of things, you could do a charm with Willow and citrine for the kind of solar inheritance of the witch mothers and the connection to the willow tree. And
Mm.
we can create the canon of citrine now be associated with Lilith and Hecate even though
Right.
it's not. And I'm not proposing that, although maybe I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. I'm just saying that the blur is its own kind of interesting drug of choice for
Yes.
many people.
If it's going to happen, then and we're seizing power as sorcerers and witch folk, can't we do that consciously as well as unconsciously?
Yeah, and
Mm.
it's the same uh, association of is it necessarily only solar? Or are we talking about the health that comes with the solar associations, the health of
Mm.
business, not just of the body, but of the material
Yeah, yeah,
well-being of a person and their business, the business as a body,
yeah.
and so well-being and health that get associated with what was a solar virtue, and
Mm.
outside of its solar context in other places, it might get associated with something else that's yellow,
Mm.
and so I like that complexity. I like the hardened amberness of it, the
Mm.
the the glowing embers and fires that are not just the redness of danger, because coral and the red stones that are blood, incarnate, that are immortality, but this is a warmth, this is a rejuvenation, this is a
Yeah,
kind of a stoking of the fire without it making you destroyed.
yeah.
Citrine has an overwhelmingly positive reputation. Um,
Mm.
and although I would say that many of the gemstone, the Crystal Bible, amongst other things, there's a notoriously over positive identity to all gemstones. It's like nothing does anything bad anymore.
Right.
That's all misunderstandings.
Hmm.
And but at the same time, citrine is notoriously positive in its rep.
Upbeat. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Hmm.
And in fact, I here's my notes from the Gem Societies right here of like it's one of the only stones that does not hold negative energy, supposedly.
Huh.
I wish
Yeah.
they would footnote these ascriptions that it makes, that these places make, but American Gem Society Consumer Protection since 1934. Footnote for me. Um, But if
I
you
mean,
want,
they're partly
Al can
missing
do
a
this job
market.
for you. You can pay Al to go find historical exemplars and footnote it on your website for you.
Oh, that would be awesome. Oh,
Um,
gotta
what do you
track it
do?
down.
I make databases for people to use the borrowed authority of scripture of the written record
Dead lapidarists,
to
yeah.
benefit my own repertoire. So, way too many references. I need to be shot. So, okay, citrine. I
Mhm,
suppose as far as, okay, I'm going to make the connection here of as a positive stone, there
mhm,
is an animal that is also overwhelmingly positive.
mhm.
In comparison to many mixed reputations of other animals that we've covered.
Yeah.
And the sheep, as far as a Christian inheritance, as a Judeo-Christian inheritance, as a Abrahamic inheritance, let's say,
Mhm,
is the archetype of good-mannered beast.
mhm,
Not just for its utility to us as both wool and milk, and well, that's not both wool, milk, and food.
mhm,
That the kind of true pastoral nostalgia, as far as like animals going out into field, that
mhm,
sheep are far less work than cattle, more
mhm,
manageable than cattle. Dogs, you only need dogs, you don't need horses,
mhm.
if you even need them. And they have butts like a little gumdrop machine that like it opens and little pellets just roll out.
Uh-huh.
And
Very discreet.
very discreet. How many Irish jokes are there about putting the shoes on backwards and the sheep won't run away?
Hmm.
Um, but the sheep in contrast to goats, right?
Oh, yeah.
I think about this, and I'm sure I mentioned it before. If I can find the original, I will put it in there. There was a great homesteading video where the guy was talking about the nature of goat versus sheep and how he built a feeder for his goats, and he got the plans out and he did it. And by the end of the day, the three feeders he made, or whatever the number was, like one goat is stuck in it on the fence, the other two are shattered, and one is like wearing the remnants of one as a hat, flinging around the pasture, hurting other animals with it. And
Yeah.
he's like, you know what happened when I built feeders for my sheep? They ate out of them. Whereas goats wake up every day and go, how do I kill myself?
Yeah,
So
absolutely the chaos goblins of the farmyard, right?
yeah,
But
separating the sheep from the goats. And yet what's the witchcraft one, right, is the goat. Uh,
uh-huh. Yeah, the
but
Lamb of God versus the goat of Mendez. Yeah.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah. And, and
Uh-huh.
and and having been around both, I don't disagree. Um, I love goats, but my God. So sheep as docile, the lamb eyes, the just this animal that is of constant utility towards man.
Mm,
The lawnmowers that aren't going to fight back
yeah.
unless you have a ram, and that kind of specifically goes into your point of sheep lore is a little bit different than ram lore,
Yeah.
and we eat young rams because you don't need many.
Mhm.
To and Ba Ram you and Babe and all this stuff. So I'm going to turn it over to historical exemplars by there, but sheep connection? Question mark?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. We do get a shared Jupiterian nature, but we're kind of getting the two sides of it. Rams being more solary and Jupiterian, and obviously the fiery nature of Aries, kicking off the zodiacal year.
Yeah.
Um, Whereas you see sheep and lamb being talked about, say, by Agrippa as Jupiterian animals because they are amongst those which are gentle. And this gentleness, like you said, this docility,
Hmm.
very heavily phlegmatic again, which has all sorts of associations of, yes, dreaminess, but also a slowness, sloth, which again has more ties to anxiety, frankly. The idea of the rabbit in the headlights is a deeply phlegmatic response. It's not a sloth of like avoiding work, but also of being prone to overwhelm easily is very phlegmatic trait, which we do see a lot in sheep as well. If we were really going to get into it, lambs are also themselves somewhat distinguished as having their own virtues.
Yes.
And especially when we get into, again, the Lamb of God, the Agnus Dei, and all that kind of stuff. But what I got for looking through, again, one of my favorite sources for this kind of thing, top source, four-footed beasts, is a bunch of stuff about sheep. Again, just really highlighting a thoroughly phlegmatic nature. So sheep are known to be especially subject to cold, not only coughing after they have taken it, but also by their strength before they take it. He has this whole thing about how shepherds need to watch which sheep are shaking off the snow on them. because if they don't shake it off, it's a hazard to them. If they already aren't strong enough, while also being kind of like seductively drawn to their watery nature, it will do them in. Again, this thing of like a particular complexion is both strengthened by its particular like material elemental form and also especially susceptible to it. Choleric people love their spicy food, but are also particularly easily unbalanced by it sometimes. What is habitual, how constitutions as how you process a thing, as well as just what you like and dislike. He also points out that this wonderful phrase, so that I would not have it seem incredible to the wise and discreet reader, Topsel says, to hear that the power of water should change the color of sheep, for it being once granted that nature can bring forth diverse colored lambs, being helpen by artificial means, I see no cause, but diversity of waters may wholly alter the color of the elder sheep, as well as whited sticks engender a color in the younger. So it just made me think of like the change of colors of citrine, as well as like the white sticks of willow and things, and the changeability of their exposure to water as well. There is overall in Topsel a hell of a lot more about remedies and natural magic about sheep diseases than there are things to do with how he puts like the uses of their several parts. He lists so many sheep diseases: scabs, warts, poxes, cratches, falling sickness, coughs, swellings, eye conditions, fluxes, fevers, a lot on lice and ticks as well. And again, a lot on them literally having an overabundance of phlegm, which he offers a remedy of pennyroyal, marjoram, and wild catnip, being taken together in wool and thrust into the nose of the sheep, where turned around until the beast begins to sneeze, and also a stalk of black hellebore bored into the ear of the sheep, and they're tied fast for the space of 24 hours, and then taken out at the same time of day that it was put in, which is apparently a recipe that Pliny gives and affirms is this excellent remedy against phlegm. So I got a combination of some more sanguine, joyous ingredients with some saturnine influence as well to dry out that so on the one hand dry out that unbalancing moisture, but also to bring in some sanguinity of aligning a hot heat rather than a cold heat. We do see some examples of their materia, like lambskin. It's said to be especially good for the garments of young men, for it increases their strength and natural vigor. We also see an awful lot of wool as a container or as a wrap for amulets. So even in that example of remedy for phlegm, taking these herbs and wrapping them in wool. We see Agrippa talking about a cure for quartane fever, taking a piece of nail from a gibbet, wrapped in wool and hanging it about the neck, which is again a combination of like a phlegmatic animal's fibers with a thoroughly melancholic ingredient, right? A nail from a gibbet, and that this will rebalance the fevers of the quartane. The one other example I wanted to talk about was from going through Corinne's recent The Owl's Eye, a collection of an amazing survey of charms contained in fortune-telling books, both like divinatory charms, but also various like amuletic cures and preventatives and guards and things. Made me go back over the, I think, 1700 Shepherd's Calendar, which is an operation to drive away ghosts or spirits that haunt a house and prevent the nightmare. So again, this connection to like dreaming and the night and the restless ones that wander. It calls it a curious secret, privately practiced by but a few. You take the wool that grows between the two eyes of a black sheep, you burn it to powder, and after it's been steeped a night and a day in man's urine, you mix this with powder of nightshade or wake robin, boil them in a quarter of a pint of aqua vitae, and sprinkle the walls of the chamber you fancy is haunted with it, and no disturbance will happen if you turn your face when you go to repose to the eastward, when to bed, and to say your prayers.
Love it.
Yeah, awesome, right? And that got me like, again, how much is that because it's a sheep? How much is that like the connection between dealing with ghosts by black animals.
Uh-huh.
How much like the instruction to get hair or wool or pelt, usually hairs, from between the eyes, is repeated a bunch, and then processed with a bunch of semi-poisonous and saturnine kind of ingredients again.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's just one I came across recently.
I'm
It's
going to
like,
propose a couple of things based on that, which is a little
please.
spurious, but I'm always interested in the intersection between again worldviews in conflict or transition or syncretism or whatever we want to, however, juxtaposition. That's the easiest way to say it. Um,
Mm,
because the notion of the black sheep, right, as a metaphor, is
mm,
something intrinsically built into our Western European sensibilities as like being the animal that's outcast. Um, and that is heavily uh, directed until what do you call it? Sorry, an inheritance of the kind of Indo-European split of black and white, right?
mm,
Of white being virtuous and black being of ill nature,
mhm.
and the inheritance of certain other worldviews, the pre-Indo-European ones of the Basques or the Kemetic inheritance, right, of red and black, and the notion of black being fertile, of wet soil as opposed to dry soil. And so, which paradigms influence, which color ideas or things influence things there? A black animal in medieval Europe can easily just as be about fertility as it can be about evilness. And so, there's a conflation there, and perhaps a point for the Murrayists
Yeah.
of fertility called survival,
Mhm.
and other just contrasting worldviews of a similarly Mediterranean worldview that is an inheritance, right, of Egypt, especially there.
Yeah.
But also the what comes to mind too, with the between the eyes as being always tied to the mind's eye and dream. That visions pass in front of the eyes and are not seen with the physical eyes, but something in between. That sight
Yeah.
must be centered there. And so, if something is of nightmare or of phantasm, we are seeing things that are in with our quote unquote third eye, which is not a universal belief, but proposing that area, that
Mhm.
the area between the temples when we sleep, right, and the visions pass behind our eyes, we are seeing them with the mind of the eye, which is felt to be somewhere near the actual eyes as well. That
Right.
you're not going to reinvent the wheel and say that sight is somehow in your left butt cheek.
Right.
So I think there's something really interesting there that it stirs for me with visions passing in front of the that other area there, and that a sheep being docile, the sheep being one of the primary animal sacrifices across the board, especially Mediterranean religion,
Yeah.
and the sheep's liver, for instance, being used so heavily for divination that one of the earliest examples of divination we have is of
Yeah.
that model of a sheep's liver,
Yep.
and how that partitions out. The ideas of either goat, sheep, or bull being sacrificed as a heavy blood sacrifice. It's a quadruped, so we can talk about the division of sacrifice that we see even to this day in Afro-diasporic traditions of dividing things between feathers and forelegs,
Yeah.
and that this four-legged sacrifice is of a higher cost, a higher sacrifice because of it is an animal that we eat, a farm animal that is going to be used for its meat, and at the same time is a stand-in perhaps for the other the bipedal creature that we are,
Yeah.
that is the kid in that way. So the sheep, the kind of narrative, right, of the this was talked about in that same video about Jesus being bearded, but
Mm,
shepherd imagery of
mm,
the kind of man bearing a ram, the lost ram, or the master of one who goes after the ram and comes back
mhm.
is an Eastern Mediterranean trope that is very easy to put Jesus into, and the notion of like the good pastor and
Yeah.
Jesus as the good shepherd is all there. The notion, the fact that we call it a priest, a pastor,
Yeah.
is tied into sheep. So I like this conflation of these very earthy animals. The bull is usually considered very chthonic in nature, right? There's
Mm,
connections to the moon, but the underworld, just its nature of being fertile in that way. But the sheep comes back and all the time as this fertile force, and it's one way to feed the dead.
yeah.
And the kind of taboo that many cultures have around feeding ram to the dead, but feeding sheep instead, um,
Right.
as a way to keep the docile nature of what's going on, but to give extreme agency in that way. So sheep becomes a high offering for the dead in many animal sacrificing traditions.
Mm,
And even for the more dangerous
spirits that sheep is a way to offer things with while still being in control.
Mm.
And so that type of overlap is fascinating, but it makes sense because you can indeed control a sheep. It's also interesting that mention of ticks because one of the things that was recommended to me in keeping goats was to put a woolly sheep with the goats, even just one, because they're compatible enough that they'll live next to each other. But
Hmm.
the ticks often are attracted to the wool, but the lanolin in the sheep's wool will kill ticks.
Mm.
And so it actually prevents or helps the other animals because the ticks will more likely go towards the woolliness of the sheep and then try and go in and they'll suffocate. Uh,
Right, right.
uh,
Companion animal husbandry.
yeah, exactly.
Mm.
Like a willow, perhaps. There's also this the you mentioned it earlier, the sacrifice of the ram by Abraham ends up being a larger sacrifice of sheep, rams, lambs across the board, especially in Islam, right? Of uh, Eid al-Adha, I believe, which is
Mm.
about like, so I think it's like 60 or 70 days after Ramadan, where you dress up. There's a prayer. It's to commemorate the willingness to sacrifice and to submit to, in this case, Allah by Abraham. And so that there's this division of the meat into three: a portion for the poor, a portion for family and friends, and also one for yourself. But the largest portion goes to the poor. Um, so again, animals here, the Paschal lamb, the Passover lamb, lamb lore is going to be intrinsically tied into sheep lore, which is going to be intrinsically tied into ram lore. But they are ram and sheep specifically as this kind of solar nature of Aries versus the very earthy nature of the sheep is always interesting to me.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah, yeah. And
flashes
the
of
flocking rams are talked about in more singular, more
yes,
individuated, and the sheep is of the flock.
yes.
Mm.
Um, There's Leviticus 4:32-34. If you offer a lamb instead of a goat as a sacrifice for sin, it must be female that has nothing wrong with it. Lead the lamb to the altar and lay your hand on its head before having it killed. The priest will dip a finger in the blood, smear some of it on each of the four corners of the altar, and pour the rest of the foot of an altar.
Mm.
The procedures for animal sacrifice are very detailed, and it's interesting to see how those certain qualities or notions of heat of animal sacrifice and of propitiation. It's interesting when I was researching Naga lore and its parallels across the board, but that for instance, if you kill a sheep on the property, it upsets the Nagas by nature. You can kill a goat, and it may upset the Nagas,
Mm.
but if you kill a sheep, the heat of that offering alone upsets Nagas
Mm.
as spirits, and we see a similar thing within the notion of propitiation of the knife as a vital force in specifically in Lukumi permutations of Yoruba religion of killing a sheep or a ram demands that you propitiate things differently than if you had just killed a goat.
Mm.
It is a hotter offering. It is a higher offering. Um, and at the same time, sheep itself, again, more docile.
Mm.
And would be, as far as notions of pasture and things like that. Uh, oh, lay it down in pastures and yeah, Psalm 23, John, blah blah blah. Now I lack the luster for it.
There is a lot more about, and you see this with some other eating animals as well. There's again that sense of like the terroir of like, which is tied up into like what things grow in the places that you have your sheep in pasture. That the emphasis on, I think we talked about in when we talked about rosemary of like if the animal eats enough of a particular thing, it is going to flavor its flesh. But that gets also tied up into keeping them healthy, and a particular sense that like they are not going to necessarily actively get themselves into harm the way goats do, but they are going to have all sorts of problems, and so they need to be carefully tended. So again, back to like the vocation of the pastor, of the good shepherd.
Yeah, yeah. Um, hmm. I got lost, and the shepherd had to find me. So it's funny when you have life cuts in and the internet cuts out, and I go, no, fuck this sheep then. Uh,
Yeah, I mean, maybe they want to keep some mysteries to themselves. There is this stray line in I think it's the Grand Grimoire, Sagatana's Guild, where because the Grand Grimoire does list what the six deputies, what their actual officers are, which isn't really included in a lot of the like the Secretus or the Grimorian Verum, although there was the same six deputies under the three chiefs. But Sagatana is said to teach the mysteries of the shepherds, and that line has always like intrigued me
Hmm,
to pull on that woolen thread.
that's interesting. Um,
That a lump of wool or a binding of it is often called a clue, CLEW as well.
yes.
Yeah, get our
Which
detectives hats on.
yes, a clue is oh, I just was reading about this. It was Chaucer that popularized the term, right?
Ah, okay.
It's a clue is the thread of yarn itself. And so when you hand the red string to Theseus,
Mm.
it is the clue that gets you out of the labyrinth. So a clue is the ball of yarn specifically in Chaucer's mentioning of the Minotaur myth.
The
And
thing
again,
you tug on to navigate the labyrinthine.
so yeah, the
Hmm.
clue itself is the red string that helps you find your way out.
Yeah.
That gives you the solution.
Hmm.
There's also lots of like eh, apocryphal things here about sheep's urine and sheep's meat eaten on certain days and
Mm.
blah 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 blah.
Hmm.
There is also, if I remember correctly, there is a sheep tree. It's in Asia, like Kazakhstan or something like this, where a Tartary, that is the Scythian lamb. It is a plant that grows sheep as its fruit. And
Ooh.
that if you plant an umbilical cord and sheep graze the land around the plant, that the it produces the famous sheep tree fruit. That
Ah, a
so
legendary zoophyte.
yes,
Oh, that's awesome. Ah.
which has beautiful woodcuts, right? Like I think the Mandeville one is one that stands out of just like
Hmm.
random weird sheep fruit, and is also kind of conflated with the golden fleece tree as well.
Mm.
Um, so lots of fun things. Uh,
Yeah. Again, a solary ram.
yeah.
And the gold at the end of the Argonaut's rainbow. Huh. Huh. That's fun. I like the stray mention in Paracelsus and stuff about when he's discussing the culture and the civilization of the elemental peoples of gnomes and sylphs and undines, and says that they even have their own sheep that are like the element through which they move and are composed of and breathe. Yeah, I always love the conception of like airy sylph sheep, like clouds.
Like counting sheep.
Yeah, we're back to sleep and the and the things we do to get there and in and out of it. Hmm.
Yes. Which without revealing too much, it's the idea that um if someone knows a lot of sleep charms, it's not because they're good at sleep.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, use it or lose it. Right, right.
um,
Yeah. Yeah. Again, back to, a sorcerer's path, a witch's path as something that you've had to do. Something a skill that you've had to develop.
if you're really good, you don't need magic.
Hmm.
Like if you're in a good position, I mean, if you're in a complete place of privilege all the time, you don't need magic except perhaps to maintain your privilege. But
Right.
that's why the vizier advises the vizier's not the king.
Yeah.
As far as the grand old trope. So I will put this metaphor and twist it as we are wont to do, that sheep flock and a card is nothing without its deck. So
Yeah.
as
That's kind of where I
as
was
an
going. Yeah.
admirer of a good deck pick,
Hmm.
I open the table and lay my cards out to talk card magic, which is fascinating that we have not gone into this more in detail before.
No,
So I love that my new trope is I can't believe we've not talked about this before.
it's true. It's
Uh,
true.
so I card magic is specifically again types of magic is
we give historical exemplar, we talk about these things, and it's a wonderful launching place for our, the Patreon expansion kit. However, this is a very broad topic, and what is magic here? And this means of it's not just divination that we brought up. We could have said card divination, which is
Yeah.
probably what I originally meant
Mm,
in proposing this, but I would say that this, especially complicating the term divination and what is it that the diviner does. I will point to your pointing out and reference to Charles's work here in really using cards as tools of magic, not just and based in their meanings in divination and what came first, the I don't know, the sheep or the lamb here. Um, but that the same thing that gives us meaning, gives us, or that we propose a meaning to in card divination, can be the same thing that then we can use to influence things in our magical working. And I love that side of it, that the ewe becomes a ram,
mm,
perhaps, that the docile becomes one of command and fighting back,
mhm,
that the earth produces the son of victory. Uh, in addition to cards themselves, which I have a really uh, lovely affinity for, based in their origin in Iberia, and undoubtedly that yes, there's these gaming cards, the Mamluk cards that
yeah.
are seem to be based in Chinese Silk Road games, because we're talking about paper. Which comes from China, so it makes sense that cards themselves, as a paper inheritance or paper, something dependent upon paper, first come from East Asia, are used by the Arab trade route to go to North Africa and then cross over into Muslim Spain. And that by the early 14th century, we have evidence of cards being used both for gambling and for divination.
Mm,
And it is by I believe the 1380s in Spain that there are laws now that because everybody documents their laws of speaking out against the gambling, and also against their use by for fortune telling, although it's not called that so much. Adivinar in Spanish is to guess. So there's divination in that sense of like trying to predict things.
ah,
There's also incomplete, which is sad, but records of aphorisms and refranes of refrain sayings that go to specific cards from the 14th century in Spain.
mm,
The evolution from the probably 12th century card game quickly gets turned into a uniquely Iberian inheritance of pulling these specific things out, and the Baraja Española is born, where there is codified of swords, batons, cups, and coins, that evolves into things like what is now called the minor arcana, and there's the trumping of those things, which are the jokers turn into their own pack and become the major arcana. But that card magic itself from the beginning there is an interplay of the game of gambling and the games of destiny, and that in Portuguese and Spanish we still juego or jogo, of it's a game, the
mm.
the the telling of your destiny, of how to alter your destiny, is a game. So is it diminishing in English if we say it's a game? It's kind of felt to be derogatory, and it might be that still in Romance languages, but it also seems to complicate the notion of what a game is,
Yeah.
and that the Wheel of Fortune and that game of climbing to get to the top consistently, what can you do to be on the good end of the ascent and not the descent, is still all a game. Life is
Yeah.
a game.
We still have that a little bit in English when we talk about gaming systems, right?
Yes.
Gaming fate, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Doctoring as well, right? To
Yeah.
take away as well as to heal or to strengthen the editing of things. Yeah, 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 yeah. The sorcery in and out of the sortilege. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
And just permutations on the interrelationship, just because I this is, and I fully transparent, of course, it's just because I like exploring about Hispaniola, but the interrelationship between literature, divination, and gambling across the board. Like the cultural references that get put into literature because of your knowing what a certain card represents. In American culture, Ace of Spades is a death omen, right? There's
Yeah.
something there with it. Regard the Queen of Hearts has its own connotations.
Yeah.
And there are, of course, more than that, especially more if you're more familiar. But most people in American culture will understand if you're talking about, oh, it's a Queen of Hearts or an Ace of Spades. They know that these are omens of some sort of ill and love, respectively. Well, the other way, unrespectively, right? I guess Ace of Spades being death, or ill omen, and Queen of Hearts being love.
Yeah.
Uh, so I like the conflation there of gambling and divination going back and forth between the two things,
Yeah.
to the point where like one you're I guess you're gambling with your fate, um, but yeah. So the moving back and forth that these things influence. Um, mm, I'll form my thought better in a second. So I'm going to. Oh, which was another citrine thing. I forgot to mention that citrine. I found this whole uh, wonderful unascribed quoted Reddit thread on citrine being a stone that specifically extrapolates, that
Oh.
it allows you to have creativity from other people's creativity. And so
Mm.
that was one of the reasons that it was good for merchants and things like that, was like, how do you put the spin on to sell this thing that you didn't create?
Yeah.
Or that for, what most creative people I do know is that they can be completely enthralled in a movie or a song, and it's making them think of their own projects and what they want to do.
Hmm.
And that citrine embodies this perhaps a little.
Oh,
So
that's lovely. The prosperity of creativity.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Ah.
So
Yeah.
back to the gambling and the divination. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, no. How do you yeah make something work for you in the spread of cards and the throw of a card as an unfolded die via dominoes, right? Yeah. How do you make it work for you? How do you work your angles? How do you play the cards you're dealt? Yeah, there's so many apt ways we can think about the useful overlap and interconnections between gaming, gambling, and divination for sure. Yeah. So when we're talking about, mm, you do see um, early accounts of if we're talking about like card sorcery as opposed to card divination, before we
Hmm.
collapse those artificial boundaries, we do see some early accounts which are pretty reliant on using cards, which might be more like little icons. Certainly is like for image magic,
Hmm.
putting a candle to an image of something on the card, um, and the overlap and crossover with prayer cards is significant, I think, to mention there. You do see or do come across various tales of like pierced court cards being found under the thrones of like early modern monarchs in tales of early modern like courtly intrigue and again that assassination magic is something that courtly magicians tend to do. There's less of that in the working class records, same as a couple of other things. But the come back to not just a notion of like what's the image on the card, but what is the card depicting? What is the card signifying? Again, we're back to this really great example that we should absolutely cast as much citrine shine on Professor Charles Portfield's Deck of Spells for pointing out, like you said, this thing around the blurring of divination into and out of sorcery comes with the notion that we can pick a signifier. This person is like this, and which can also get very humoral, right? This is a brunette lady, so we might use a queen of clubs for her. We can absolutely pick our significator, but significators can also be picked and presented by the course of divination itself. That the things that signify stuff in readings can be a magical link back to those things to secure them, to try and avoid them, to nail down those good fortunes and to avoid or weather those bad fortunes. And again, with cards being very quickly mass produced, they can often be these one-time ideographic amulets, as well as like name papers and petition slips,
Hmm.
calling cards and things like that. Cards, playing cards were also used in those kinds of ways. And so the notion of doing a reading about what is affecting me and then giving that and then treating that card as a link back to the thing that is affecting you to get the sorcery out of the sortilege. Again, yeah. If people aren't familiar with Charles's work, A Deck of Spells is one of the best surveys of existent cartomantic divination, and then a complete grimoire of spells to perform with every card in the deck,
Yeah.
where we're checking out both for its history, its eloquence, and being the product of the good professor's expertise over looking after a lot of people for a very long time.
I like the personalities and names for cards that evolve.
Mm,
Um, I was recently watching, oh God, I don't know how, the YouTube suggestions that come up, and it was a live poker match going on, a live poker game. And I've always, I mean, we know the Suicide King is the King of Hearts. It has a lot of lore around it, right? The holding the sword behind the head, so it gets interpreted as killing himself,
yeah.
for love or for something. And also a quite interesting card magically, if you want to use it in that way, but specifically referring to it as a Kevorkian, because he's the king of suicide.
Yeah.
So I was like, that was an interesting side note in the commentary of uh various nicknames, right? And there are specific nicknames that go across the board. Like Wikipedia has a great short list, and I'm Queen of Hearts, right? Helen of Troy
Mm,
is a name for her. The Black Lady is the Queen of Spades. Calamity Jane,
hmm.
Pallas Athena for the Queen of Spades as well. That each of these names have the Devil's Bedpost, right? Is the Four of Clubs,
Yeah.
which is interesting because that has other lore across the board. But I love these weird ass names and personalities. I think it's also great to see this kind of inheritance as it develops in the lore, where people kind of incorporate it, whether it was what they knew or not.
Mm,
Um, that so the Baraja Española has its own evolution of these things and is used culturally and is used in literature to kind of refer to things that the victory and success is going to be the one of coins, the ace of coins, and you can refer to that. But I love this notion of the singular card being important because of its place in the deck, right?
yeah.
And I don't just mean like, yes, it's order and things like that, but that the deck is viewed as a microcosm of the world, and that as a significator, for instance, you have certain court cards are traditionally significators. However, you can go past that and release the significator card as being one you have to search for, in the
Mm,
sense of I've got to find the specific thing that represents a blonde woman in her in mid-age.
right,
Um,
right.
but you can also be like, this is the primary issue for you right now. This is your primary thing, and then
Hmm.
the evolution of layouts that comes from that,
Yeah.
which as opposed to grids and lines and other ways of reading, which in effect also takes into our notions of divination. I think we've crossed a lot of this, especially in like episode 40, of just like the notion of helping control the fate of what has happened through talking about it in specific ways, as well as understanding its context within a larger option of possibilities.
Yeah.
And so the card magic itself, when we seize divination back from just the blind acceptance of what's going to come,
Mm,
versus this is the most likely outcome based on what you're talking about right now, and let's examine the furrows of where this can go. Where can we reroute the river? Probably not to jump over 7 miles, but we can make it choose a slightly different course.
right.
So what can we do with what we have? And what we have is the deck.
Yeah.
And so I love that one of the difference, like there's this 52 card deck that is or 52 card deck that is popular in Western playing cards. And the Baraja Española also has this 40 card deck, which is based because they didn't want to print as many cards. They found a way to make them fit on 4 sheets. And so capitalism develops that, and then a specific game evolves from that, Briska, and there's other things that, like a euchre deck is different,
Mhm.
right, of cards. So there's so much more flow between um, popularity of game versus what becomes sacred as a divination tool,
Yeah.
and the nature of card magic, for instance, in Southern Spanish and North African card divination, where you might throw out the deck at the end of the day, because it is not a precious deck. It is something that's meant to take the heat of the readings and the interactions and make them not follow you home.
Yeah,
Um,
you don't necessarily wash out all of your petri dishes.
yeah.
Yeah,
So, which is in direct contrast to the sanctity of the tarot deck,
right.
in popular modern expression of like, no, you can't buy it yourself. It has to be gifted, or you have to steal it, and
Hmm.
then it gains its agency and power, or what is speaking through it all. The thing itself becomes its own initiation. But
Yeah.
getting a deck is its own. Okay, that little white book is what it is. Um,
Mm.
and how we read, and these different developings of styles between open reading and just intuitive readings versus ascriptions that have formed over the years, and especially since the popularity after, most notably, the Rider-Waite. So
Mm.
yeah, fucking. I know that we didn't even say playing card magic, but we immediately assume playing card magic.
Yeah, well, which is the more, widespread, right? Which is the probably the longer record in folk practice. The thing that you have access to. Um, yeah, the thing that might be quite cheaply printed. The thing that you might be able to plausibly deny is magic at all.
Mhm.
The portability of it, the plausible deniability of it. Makes me think of the soldier's explanation, right? Of a story that you see circulated all over the place about and in song as well, about a soldier being caught with a deck of cards and explaining that the structure of the deck recalls various godly numerology, right?
Mhm.
That there are the four suits representing all sorts of good fourfold things, et cetera, et cetera, right? I like the plausible deniability, and this thing, if we're going to talk about a deck of cards as a grimoire, one of the most popular grimoires has been the Bible for a very long time.
Yes,
So its connections to that are
and one of the most
fascinating.
well-known in Kisi as well, right?
Hmm.
Um,
Hmm. Right, right. It's also fascinating the way, yeah, where we tend to get more psychological about who is talking through tarot. The the mythic other, or the other at the end of a finger, where tarot, or some forms of reading tarot, um disconnect or downplay significance of who exactly is speaking, is where we get more customs around how the deck must be treated, or acquired, or discarded, and where we have much more of a sense of, the the little old Spanish lady talking to God and the angels through the cards. The cards themselves are a medium, that the practice of the cards is more significant, and the prayers, than the pieces of card themselves.
mm,
Maybe, maybe, maybe not. Uh, do have an example of another kind of divination with cards, a dream incubation from a 19th century collection of folklore I found, which is around a harvest moon dream incubation. When you go to bed, place under your pillow a prayer book open at the part of matrimonial service. So it's very much tied to love divination, but not exclusively. Um, the section that says, "With this ring I thee wed." You also place on the book and under the pillow a key, a ring, a flower, a sprig of bum willow, a small heart cake, a crust of bread, and the following cards: a 10 of clubs, a 9 of hearts, an ace of spades, and the ace of diamonds. You wrap all of these in a thin handkerchief of gauze or muslin, and on getting into bed, you cross your hands and you say this lovely little prayer to the moon. "Luna, every woman's friend, to me thy goodness condescend. Let me this night in visions see emblems of my destiny." And then
mm,
it has a breakdown of like what you see and what that means. If you dream of storms, trouble will betide you. If the storms end in a fine calm, so will your fate. If you dream of a ring or the ace of diamonds, marriage. If you dream of bread, an industrious life. If you dream of the cake, a prosperous life. If the flowers or the willow, or this will mean treachery in love. The spades, death, that connection again. Diamonds, money. Clubs, a foreign land. The keys, that will rise in great trust and power and never know want. And the birds, that you will have many children, except of geese, and that will also mean that you will marry more than once. So I
Mm.
like this in terms of the use of cards, the use of other material. You are programming the options of things you could dream about. That I find interesting. Like a modularity to like you know playing with adding more things to give you more options. That there are pieces of fate. There are lots in these different in this assemblage of various materia under the dreaming head, and then seeing which one is speaking to you, which one is coming forward in dream. I found really
Mm.
fascinating. And it all being ruled by a lunary feminine friend.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Another notion of this kind of overlap between gambling and just the twisted braid that is gambling and fortune telling that they're
Mm.
always used for these things side by side, right? That a lot of the names come from like games like bridge where you have to announce things or poker
Mhm.
and just people getting inventive. But then how that retroactively ripples out and affects the divination meaning from then
Oh
on.
yeah, it's almost kennings because you're
Yeah.
allowed to talk in bridge. You're meant to have conversation while it's going on, and so a whole set of canting emerges to be able to signal to your partner what it is you have and you should bid on without, I was going to the club, wink, wink. So yeah, it's
Yeah.
building roundabout talk, which is also a way to get a thing to talk about more than one thing at once.
Yeah, certainly. You see that similarly in like Loteria in Mexico of there's refrains that go with each card because when you're playing bingo, it gets really boring just to be like rooster, rooster. And so they start making up riddles that you have to kind of know a little bit about there, like he who betrayed St. Peter or announced the betrayal or whatever those things are, which then you can then actively use those same things as divination if you are wanting to go back and reverse it. So many times there's this kind of view that gambling is the secularization or the desecration of these higher meanings as opposed to they are both reifying each other at all times. And in fact, we have more evidence that gambling and human interaction and play is setting the names and meanings of these things more than just arbitrarily a numerology that is imposed by the time we get to like the 20th century, where we kind
Right.
of rewrite the history of many of these meanings based in the overt Western mystery tradition inheritance. And so now there's this kind of movement between the two of them. Uh,
Yeah, that folk divination, like folk magic, is I would argue more often bottom up,
yes,
grassroots up, rather than some inheritance of bottom down hieratic arts that have been terribly corrupted by all these commoners.
yes, absolutely. There was a great example too in the was it? I know there's a couple of them, but the Six of Hearts, right, is the Grace's card. And this is specifically because in 1689, emissaries of William of Orange called on John Grace with an invitation to join the army of the usurper. And on a playing card lying on the table beside him, he scrawled the famous refusal: "Tell your master I despise his offer, and that honor and conscience are dearer to a gentleman than all the wealth and titles a prince can bestow."
Hmm.
So because Grace was loyal to James II and risked being shot or hanged, it's by 100 years later in Kilkenny we have the exemplar or example of the Six of Hearts still being known as Grace's card.
Hmm.
And that was because that was what was there. Was there did he pick that card as a specific meaning, or did he just grab it and scroll it? The diviner in me says, "What does it matter?
Yeah.
Both or none,
Yeah.
or
Hmm.
I can't hear you over the fact that it's still called Grace's card."
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So I love that history tied into to each one in some ways is lovely. It's
Yeah.
delicious.
Yeah. Working with something that's been worked with for a long time is not necessarily good because it's old, but it does have the advantage of having passed through many hands and have accrued and absorbed various meanings and articulations along the way.
Yeah. Just like if in Spanish, if you say ahí va, there he goes or there goes, it's an immediate reference to the Caballero of Cups, the 11 of Cups.
Hmm.
Just because that is the phrase that was put on a card and then it got popularized. So this card has a reputation of being the arrival of the devil, it's called, um,
Hmm.
and it's instability. So it's sometimes a scoundrel, but it's also just good for good, bad for bad. There's
Hmm.
a lot of things going on there. Very
Hmm.
mercurial figure, but certain phrases come. The fact that
the arrangement of the spaces on cards allowed for certain things to be put in. So where you would tag your maker's mark, for instance, often on the
Right.
Four of Cups, because there was the cup was prosperity and home. It wasn't the coins, but you would often put the ace of coins often had a specific logo and mention of your things. But the very detailed mention thing here is because the Four of Cups has to do with recognition and familiarity. So if you put your brand information on that card, it leads it to a maker's mark that is then shared.
Hmm.
But it also you have space in the middle because you can put these cups to the four corners
Yeah.
and make space in the middle, and you still know what
Hmm.
it is. So some of it is just layout, some of it is geometry, some of it, there's saints associated with each card for the same reasons that evolve. Of some of it is outside description, some of it is biblical stories, some of it is going to be things like Grace's card, and fucking love it.
Yeah.
So the little devil's picture book of the Puritans wasn't the tarot, it was the playing cards, right?
Yep.
And we like to kind of conflate that back. It happened a lot in the 70s and 80s of books kind of putting playing card information and reputation back onto tarot cards, but tarot cards were much more rare.
Mm.
And although they pop up within 100 years of playing cards being in Naples and like southern Italy and Spain.
Mm.
Anyway, I'm sorry. That was lots of love for this little corner of the magic world of cards. I suppose too that we can look into things and by extension too of like business cards and calling cards and things like that
Hmm.
of as personal markers and tokens.
Hmm.
I We have several people in our life who use specific card images on their business cards.
Yeah.
I love it. Give it to me. Uh,
Yeah. A rich part of the folk practice for sure.
there's a few ways we could go from here, probably.
Mm.
Um, hmm. Uh, I suppose the easiest is to go into Two of Wands. Uh,
Yeah, that makes
so
sense.
yeah, cards for cards. Okay, so Two of Wands. I just talked about Barajas Manila. So before I talk about it again, do you want to give us a breather and a mood?
Sure. A little amuse-bouche, a thing I'm more familiar with in terms of when I was reading tarot cards. It was very much more informed by, a bunch of the 19th century, 20th century Thoth tarot. So in that particular way of approaching, we've got it as the Lord of Dominion, the Two of Wands, a card of authority and leadership. Again, we've got some Ram stuff coming in with it being associated with Mars and Aries. Um, there are some links or comparisons that are made between the minor arcana and the hexagrams of the Qing Book of Changes. In this case, the 43rd hexagram, eliminating false or breakthrough. Its actions or properties or signifiers are often about energy or inner action, whether that's being pent up or being ready. It has a particularly masculine bent, as well as connoting the capacity to decide spontaneously, to be willing to fight, even to be impatient, or to have like a poor tolerance. Um, and when reversed, if reversals are read, there's often a sense of emphasizing, again, like dealing with that as what do we do that's less that's helpful about when that's not being helpful, about kind of emphasizing that the client might not have a clear view of the road ahead, a lack of planning, very kind of like poor in geomancy terms, and it's signifying the need to slow down and organize your thoughts. Not
Mm-hmm.
because that's being recommended, but because it's highlighting that you are not doing that currently. And so reading reversals as like not just the opposite of what it normally signifies, but the advice to counter that deleterious expression of its virtues. and in its
Mm.
vices as well.
Hmm. Yeah, I think there's some I funny like graphic similarities here, like because it's still when we're dealing with this like a two of anything, there's a pairing, right? So it's either
Mm.
going to be fortuitous or struggle in its. I don't mean that just as a broad thing, but like, are you fighting with those two things? Are those two things, or is it a meeting of minds? And this notion of a two of wands, right? So by extension, two of clubs. Um, and when it is literally clubs in the Spanish deck, it generally signifies grief and gloom, um, like coming up against an obstacle. It can signify nearness of something and therefore the need to be introspective, which is interesting, that parallel.
Mm.
It can signify sadness and regret. Um, Here, the bastos, the clubs, are the peasant class. So the
The earthy stuff.
Yes, so
Mm.
the everyday, and so there's a heaviness of spirit here. There's a notion of like being sat on, of just oppression, or I'm heavy is very two of clubs in this. When it's reversed, and what's difficult about other reversal meanings, and this is like if I'm going back to some of the card manuals from like the 1870s, 1880s, I like looking at those because they are previous to the heavy psychologization and uh, kind of explosion bath bomb of Rider Waite. That like it's hard to go back from it once we get that in, and I can't say that this is the only meaning because we have to incorporate those wider things in once the vocabulary is established, right? Um, but the notion of being sat on, of feeling like there's something else there, but when it's reversed and you have to mark the cards with a like oftentimes a plus sign or a cross at the top to kind of know which way is reversed, because half the time these things are very symmetrical
Yeah.
in many of the decks. But reversed, the classical meanings here of the early 19th century meanings tend to be surprise and homosexuality, because it's two sticks. uh,
Ah,
so
crossing swords.
yeah,
The other swords.
so there is a side of that where this is there's a secret that someone is sad because of many things, and the context, like the
Mm.
one of the things that's exemplified hugely in at least the way I was taught by Hispaniola, and the way that everything has to be contextualized by the cards around it. So no card is inherently bad or good. It can modify the other things around it. So much like descriptions of how Lenormand or cards of destiny work, of like there's a noun, there's a verb, there's an adjective, and you have to figure out what is being said, what the phrasing that is being said, what the conversation is at the party that you've gathered of these cards that are talking. So,
Mm.
this can be, woof, I've come across something, or that this person is introspective, or that this person is in the closet,
Mm.
and or struggling from something similar. Because once that vocabulary is established, homosexuality is no longer, this great taboo of what it was then. Although current political climate aside, that the notion of hiding something, or notions of identity also come up with two of clubs. And
Mm.
so now you're seeing this thing where yes, the ace of clubs can signify many things of the ace of wands, right? As the fall, the remoteness, the violence, carnality, the decadence that we've talked about, but also primacy and like family that is there. That similarly, the two of clubs is talking about wrestling with sexuality or wrestling with identity, and recently has in some of the websites I've seen coming out of like Mexico City and South American ideas about card meanings, a marker of perhaps gender dysphoria,
Mm.
which is an interesting side of it, and it's being obviously based in this idea of wrestling with the club, with the baston.
Mm.
However, that is now one of the meanings of it. So, can yes be uh, fights and things like this, but in this case, grief and gloom,
Mm.
and a heaviness, a sadness, an identity crisis, a sexuality crisis,
Mm.
family issues. Not outright, because you would want to see lots of cups around it for it to be about the family, but
Right.
the idea of trying to live for something that is not necessarily of your value. And I would
oversimplify this because I tend to call twos opposers. And in this case, this is the Earth suit. So this is the opposer of Earth, the opposer of nature, the contrariness of our inner life versus our outer life. And so
Mm,
that can be brought in here and cause grief and gloom.
mm,
It's there's a nearness of something here. The whole notion of being sat on or overwhelmed by something is a nearness of a weight, of an earthy weight. It does not mean necessarily that it is necessarily something bad, but there's a preponderance here. But
yeah.
because this is not a an intellectual suit so much, we're talking more about its effects in your life, your inability to get things done, your inability to move forward, your inability to have a job or be a partner or be a parent or be a good productive capitalist worker. I don't know, but the grief and gloom, the melancholy is here with this card.
Mm, mm, that's fascinating.
The
Yeah.
melancholy.
Right, right. There's the melanchola. The
What those eyebrows did. Uh, it was funny. I remember and as far as problematic things, right? There's so many things, but there was a trend of like cholification that happened a few years ago where they would take like celebrities and do chola eyebrows on them and things. And
Mhm.
I remember people were like, I feel like this is inappropriate. And it was like, it probably is, and the only people that are sharing it in my life other than me are all of my Mexican family. So many of which do love a good Sharpie eyebrow. And so yes.
Are we punching down or jabbing across?
And can I say it and you can't? All that stuff goes into it too. And should be complicated by all that. And maybe two Sharpies is the notion of I could do a different deck where this one will now be known as twin Sharpies. But you should always have more than one Sharpie because God knows one never works. Um,
Mm, mhm.
so um, anyway, so I can use I want to do the reservation of our um, dead magician, such as she might be or might not be,
Mhm.
for the end because I do like closing with it. But I will. One of the reasons that I thought of doing or wanted to do card magic specifically um, with with this particular um, saint or folk saint folk magician is because Maria de Padilla is one of the ones who is often cited in love magic or
Mm,
divination, which is often reduced to being about finding out who your lover will be, the identity of your future husband,
right.
from a lady's perspective. And this is, I think, we've talked about this before. The kind of oversimplification of divination towards parlor divination and
Yeah.
the loss of sacred worldview, perhaps, and the kind of just let go and let God of it all, live, laugh, love, uh, or eat, pray, love, or whatever it is. Um,
Mhm.
but that Maria Padilla and her reputation as a force and a diviner is tied into card magic in Spain and Portugal, and then by extension, where she is more perhaps commonly known in Brazil. Um,
Mm,
I also, because our last episode was St. Anthony, and I didn't bring it up then because I forgot to put him in my notes, but there is a beautiful prayer to St. Anthony that is common in various versions across southern Spain and Andalusia, and by extension Latin America, where St. Anthony is prayed to open the cards. Uh,
mm,
and I believe this particular version was shared with me by Rosa. Amazing tattoo artist and diviner and witch, and appreciate her sharing it. But Yo te llamo, tú vendrás. I call you and you come. Tell me the good and the bad. Blessed Saint Anthony, blessed are you, and blessed is the child that you have in your arms. By the cord that encircles your waist and the original palm of martyrdom, I ask you to deny me the lie and tell me the truth.
mm.
So, the notion of Saint Anthony being the patron of what's lost, you have lost your way, you have lost the truth. You're asking for it to be revealed and bring you the child Jesus of your certainty.
Ah,
So it's a lovely que me niegues la mentira y me digas la verdad. That I ask you to deny me the truth and to tell me, or deny me the lie and tell me the truth.
yeah. Close the roads that aren't real or true or helpful and open the ones that are. Ah,
Yeah.
love
Oops,
it.
sorry. To my background of messenger spirits, the familiar pinging of popularity.
The
Okay.
clamor of the glamour. Yeah.
So we'll come back to Maria Padilla as a figure towards the end because I like opening with a saint and closing with a magician is really
Hmm.
I feel a format that works.
Agreed. Agreed.
With that notion of the Two of Wands being grief or possibility of needing to examine things closer,
Mm.
and the kind of it's not overtly a negative card, at least in Baraja Española, or certainly not in tarot, but I think there's a parallel there, perhaps with Cata Draconis,
Yeah.
and these eclipse points that are Caput and Cauda,
Mhm.
of being eclipses are inherently bad astrologically, apparently endlessly good when you are a crystal witch, because and then by extension as a tantric doctrine, right, that anything you do during eclipse is magnified, and so if you do a mala for liberation or knowledge during an eclipse, that it is amplified in some exponential way. Uh,
Mm.
but the nodes themselves and their role is quite interesting because they aren't as prominent in the kind of early modern inheritance of astrology, but we see there, at least from whatever this common source is that geomancy comes from, probably Al-Ramal and Kata Al-Ramal and Muslim geomancy, and its more close dialogue perhaps with um, trade route various astrologies.
Mm.
But the nodes of the moon that are fictitious points in space that are treated like planets so that you can determine when eclipses might happen, and that Animi Basin, Katabi Basin, that the Kata Draconis astrologically has a very specific um, notion and then lore that's built up with it.
Yeah.
And it's uh, Twerm, its twin figure of geomancy of Agunameji is one that is also said to be just inherently difficult, not necessarily negative, but you have to accept the reality of what is going on. And
Mm.
so if an eclipse is happening, you can't pretend it's not happening. Um,
Mm.
this is all forced metaphor. I apologize. But as far as um, one of the earliest things that I see get asked in forums, and one of the things that's interesting to me is the nature of just because they are the lunar nodes does not mean they're under the dominion of the moon, which is
No.
fascinating. Um,
No.
and so I would say, Dr. Al, can you take it away? I know that you can talk about the kata for a very long time, but what would be your summary, having this be our, I think, third visiting of this particular figure?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it is. Yeah, it's Cowder is an easier take on the idea of like eclipse as kind of sky cataclysm of some kind of like things out of joint, that nature is as much catastrophist as it is harmonious. Um, there is a sense if we were to give so classically there, at least in European Renaissance geomancy, it's a figure, yes, associated with the south node of the moon, but considered kind of co-ruled or co-fueled by both the malefics of Saturn and Mars, just as Caput Draconis is said to be co-ruled by the two benefics of Jupiter and Venus. So it is shoved into the seven elemental system. But I think this notion of their nodality is more interesting to explore, less as about being lunary or even solary, as indeed it is the triangulation between those and the Earth. And I think for me, the great forces of Caput's creation and Cowder's destruction are about like the worldly and especially the earthly um, immanence of those forces. That Caput is the benevolence of the earth, and Cowder is to an extent the um, maleficence of the earth in various ways. Um, a figure most commonly delineated as being one of destruction, violence, sudden or severe endings. Definitely notes a lot of caution when it comes in a reading, depending on what's going on. Um, Definitely a figure of weaponized iron and fire. Um, can often signify damage to both body and reputation,
Mm-hmm.
um, and can indicate aggressive curse work or maleficia. Also, a lot of association with like what happens, the after. So it is the cataclysm, it is the fire, it is the argument, it is the stabbing, it is the car accident, but it's also what happens after the wake it leaves behind of demolition, poverty, disease, and hazard and things. But it can also be employed in operations of cessation, of strong severance, especially when actively threatened with something else, destroying the thing that will destroy you, right? Demolishing the tools of violence that oppress us is also big with it as well. And I think we've talked about a lot of those aspects of its connections or its interesting parallels with Ogunda Meji in terms of like the what can we do with what can we do creatively with destruction? When can violence be wielded responsibly? When can we build something at the edge of a knife, or the saw that cuts the forest down to do something that will help the community as well as yourself? There
Well,
are
even complicating the notion of violence as not in like violence is bad if it leads nowhere, right? That we've talked about. I like that parallel of how do you get to holy reconciliation is that only happens after holy destruction. There has to be something after it. Then you make destruction holy by having something follow it. You could have obliteration, but that's a different thing.
right.
And that if the blade is going to cut, what can you direct it towards? If there is going to be destruction, can you find a way to offset that? Which is there's a whole nature of that within our understandings of prophylactics and just folk charms. There's a whole thing that is inherently ruled perhaps by um, kata and kapit, and especially kata in this way, right? Of how can you ensure that if I give you a little, that this propitiates the force that is coming.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, and there's a lot around like how it is and isn't propitiated. So there's I don't know if we talked about this before. There's a debate that both Catan and Hayden rehearse about whether or not Cowder is a halting figure. If like Rubius, when it falls as the first figure of a chart, whether that chart should be destroyed. Hayden says some old writers would not this or Rubius would note this or Rubius should not be judged in this house. But I am of the opinion that the judgment herein should not be delayed. And that language, that phraseology is almost certainly taken from Catan, because again, Hayden is not shy about clipping a good line from someone else. And Catan says the same thing, that he holds the opinion that a chart that starts with Cowder shouldn't, the judgment should not be herein delayed. And that sense of like, this isn't the deceits or unbalancing distortions of Rubius. We don't need to be wary that that there are lies or it's a disturbance in the air that means we can't get a clear signal. Here we're talking about no, there is a problem, and if there's a problem, we need to not delay dealing with it, which I find really fascinating. It's also I don't think we've talked about this before. The fourth book of occult philosophy has a lot to say about well, actually doesn't have a lot to say about Cowder. It doesn't offer its own delineations. It is we talk about a dark mirror, a dark reflection. It is the upside down of Cowder's blessings. So while it does go through how Cowder is specifically prosperous, gentle, beneficent, it says Cowder Draconis is in all and singular the respected houses aforesaid, given the contrary judgment to Caput. And these are the natures of the figures of geomancy and their judgment. So he basically says whatever we said about Caput, the opposite is true with Cowder in that place. It is not peaceful. It is not prosperous. It is not calming. It is turbulent. It is roiling. It is explosive. And we see that it is damage in the place of beginnings. It is extortion in the place of resources, or the cost of natural disasters, those other movable resources. It is bad faith and debt. In the third, it is both the erupting trauma in the place of ancestors, but also an awful lot about violent urban revolt. And even sometimes this isn't just framed as violent people are going to be violent. It's those who have been deprived will not put up with it anymore. Those who have been subject to the violence of their sheriffs will enact that violence back. Right? It doesn't come from nowhere. which I find fascinating. There's even a sense here in like, yes, it can in the 12th and in some cases the 8th with some other things going on signify, someone is sending hot, violent spirits at the client. But in notably in the third, Catan points out that the quested party is especially susceptible to focusing on violent or harmful endeavors.
Mm,
Set all his mind on war or nigromancy or such like. And here it's less a recommendation of the efficacy of like infernal magics than it is a signifier of like distracting obsessions with curse work and maleficia, usually about like pursuing them. Um, and so, yeah, the difference between when it is helpful to understand violence and when we are um, seduced by it in some way or in some form.
mm.
Um, and that said, again, it can be helpful for blowing things up, for breaking things apart. Um, and for me, that sense to return to like how to work with it, I think this dual, um, this co-rulership or this these twin streams that fuel it of Saturn and Mars can be really helpful um, to afford some kind of balance that uh, for me in readings for clients when it is marking more of um, an explosive martial like conflagration, that some of its saturnine qualities of bounding and refrigerating can be helpful to contain
Yes.
that deleterious fire. And
Mm.
likewise, when it is marking the Saturn after the Mars of like the destruction of what we held dear, or the sense of privation, or the melancholy of Saturn, that a little bit of positive uh Mars can rebalance and can bring us out of that refrigerative freeze of desolation back into like what are you gonna get back on the horse and fight for? And so yes, it could be seen that like you're getting both barrels of the two malefics, but also we can sometimes pivot to play one off the other to stay ahead of the knife's edge, to be wielding it, to be behind the wheel of the car rather than hit by it.
Yeah, no, that makes a great sense. It that has a lot of parallels, right? Of um hmm, war asks for war is one of the boughs
Huh.
associated with
Mm,
Obameji. So like if uh conflict demands action. Now, you can choose to engage that rashly, but that will probably end up making you on the more subject to whim than you would like.
yeah.
The need to if the the knife cuts and tears and the blood flows is another proverb. So, there's a transformation going to happen. Blood will flow.
Yeah.
Can you control it? So the idea then of or the the knife has no handle and is two blades is another permutation of those of
Ah,
of it of like you have to wield the blade and it will cut you if you're not careful. But if
yeah.
you are able to embrace the Saturnine and provide the container of it, if you can surround that wound and understand what that is,
Yeah.
you might be able to be on the beneficial side. So,
Makes me think of a quote. I don't know where my dad gets it from, but he does love to quote, a bayonet is a weapon with a worker on both ends.
uh-huh,
which
yeah,
is which feels related, right? War calls for
absolutely. I
war.
mean,
Yeah.
punch the shark in the nose. The road may be rough, but persistence smooths it,
Mm,
so endurance is key there. Or uh, patience builds his house with the broken planks of impatience.
ooh,
Um, so, perseverance, strategy, a need to not act rashly,
yeah,
but it is not calling for no movement. It is not calling for no action. It's actually the opposite, where
right,
where pause and consideration are still action if they're intentional.
right.
So
There's still a thing to be fought for.
yeah, and I think that there's a strategy there. Then, if this falls, and we've talked about this before about various attitudes of divination, that it is not uncommon to understand the kind of the petri dish nature of it all. That if it were to by extension, what it makes me think of when you're saying it falls in the first of like you want to resolve this, you don't want to ignore this.
Yeah.
And considering we know that a chart can speak to the reader about things unrelated to the client,
Hmm.
perhaps it is in your best interest to see where this is going,
Yeah.
to clear it, as we might say, so that you. That sounded really pretentious. Wow. Um, as we might say, as one might say. But there's a need there to resolve it, and if we don't provide a direction for that wound once it's there, we don't know where the blood will flow from.
Yeah.
So that's again, it's the we want to know the good and the bad. We want to know what is revealed. Don't in that kind of permutation then, right? Of following uh, Saint Anthony, right? Of deny me the lie and tell me the truth. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a little bit of this in some readings of Caput in the first that don't halt it, where and I've found this to be true in some cases. There's something of revealing the lie, revealing the lie and the truth, and discarding the lie. There's something around some, and it depend on what's going on as well, and also crucially the sentence or the reconciler, but it can signify that there is a hard edge um, to the querent about something they've already made their mind up about, and that the reading can come up against that thing. It doesn't always signify like difficult clients or clients that start an argument with the diviner, but there is usually something that comes up where a a a a destruction of a calcified idea of what's possible and what isn't is maybe going to be part of the solution,
Mhm.
which makes me think a little bit about like the warrior turning the fight um, for peace inwards first,
Mhm.
and making sure that we are we are not burdened by our armors and our weapons, that they are tools to fight for moving forward rather than weighing ourselves down with something.
Yeah. There's um there's a parable in Ogunlameji of the scorpion, where this is where the scorpion learns of the poison in its tail,
Cool.
and how to wield it.
Mm,
And it specifically speaks of a ring of fire and the scorpion is trapped within it.
mm,
And when it's panicked, it actually stings itself trying to leave, and
right.
dies from its own poison. And when it stops to consider what's going on, it digs, it goes down and tunnels
Mm,
away from everything.
mm,
So when to retreat, when to cut, he has to cut into something. He has to cut.
yeah.
He doesn't have to cut into fire. That is
Mm,
the most obvious way.
right.
And he doesn't have to cut into himself. He has
Mm,
to cut. So he could cut into the earth and escape that way. So impulsive actions aren't necessarily going to help you. They can exacerbate the challenge ahead.
the earth and cutting into it as a yeah again the saturnine that like can help you out of the bad martial. Yeah, you do see that with the Hayden is much more like I think I've got this right way around. Hayden is much more like it is fire, it is arson, and Catan has a little bit about like there's some emphasis a little bit more of the Saturn and the earth of things, and has a little bit more like sometimes the destruction of the old property means that you can turn that into a field again.
Yeah.
Huh,
Yeah.
yeah.
There's a story. There's a lot of blacksmiths and iron are a big thing in this sign, right?
Oh,
So
yeah, same. Yeah. Literal iron
the
weapons. Yeah.
the tale of the contest between the two blacksmiths, where one is humble and the other is arrogant, and they're of equal skill. And the king asks for the finest blade. And in the original story, it's going to talk about making sacrifice and being humble and respecting the Lord of Iron, that is Ogun, and praying, working, giving sacrifice to Eshu so that things flow well. The deeper meaning of it is tending to be that skill alone is insufficient.
Huh.
That reflecting on the needs of the moment and what your resources are will always end up paying off. So humility allows for an understanding of, or a greater amount of information being taken in,
Yeah.
as you are cool-headed, and so you can be just as skilled as another person, but unless you are taking the temperature of the room, figuratively, then
Hmm.
you will miss opportunities, and you will miss the warning signs if you are comparing yourself to other people and not understanding how they got to where they are, or why they are where they are in general.
Yeah.
Understanding where you are as a different place, even if on appearances it looks equally matched, you have to understand what the needs of the moment are. You have to go into the battle forearmed, with forewarning of knowledge. So discipline, humility, understanding that you are part of a larger context is important.
Right. If no battle plan survives contact with the enemy, humility allows the space to have that vital wit to be able to be receptive to more inspiration or more capacity to develop that agency, not just in spite, but because of those shifts and changes and uncertainties. Huh.
There's a couple different stories about different trees in this sign too, which then of course goes to the axe cutting them,
Mm.
and is about how like the palm tree and the pine tree both. The pine tree is usually connected to other things about ascending and height because it grows taller than all the other trees, but when it reaches the height, it dies. But here specifically, I think it's the palm tree that grows tall and it boasts because it's better than everybody, and doesn't quite realize because it thinks the axe its friend because of the handle. And so it's the
Mm.
same metaphor you hear a lot of the times of it is just because something looks like you, or that you think you know what something is doesn't mean you fully understand its nature. And that because he is boastful and loud, the first one to be cut down by the axe is him,
Yeah.
because he's drawing attention to himself.
Mm.
So arrogance and humility and service are emphasized in that sign.
It
Um,
feels a little bit in this in like looking at the form of the figure and like the construction of how we can address what the imbalance looks like of the active or activating head, heart, and stomach, but the absent or destabilizing feet.
yes.
That like arrogance is you might actually be really good at something, but if you aren't aware of where you're standing, another version of taking the temperature of the room, then
Yeah.
you are not gonna last.
Yeah, there's that flip side that I is not necessarily the refrains associated with it, but there's these common refrains, right? Of don't let the feet destroy what the hands have made.
Mm,
Um, and so this notion of like, if I was going to explore this through like the Yowas of Kimbanda Congo,
mm,
right? You need foot medicine here. What is foot medicine? Like, how do you open your roads here? This
mm,
is a war, and you need
mm,
to figure out which path to take. And the head and the heart and the stomach or libido will follow in suit, but you have to provide the map, the road.
mm,
So this is not a time to rely on impulse.
mm.
This is a time to understand what road you have to take, what road needs to be closed, what road needs to be opened.
Yeah.
There's always a battle here, but can you be ready for the battle knowing that where you step is uncertain?
Mm,
So if you have the sounding stick and you can walk through the marsh because you avoided the pitfall because you know that, oh, don't step where the stick goes in too deep.
yeah.
It's a version of looking both ways before you cross.
Hmm.
Um, so it's an interesting sign because it's reverse. Caput Draconis has so much witchcraft and so much need for head medicine, to guide and make sure that things that you go to the center of the storm. And here it's you don't want to chop off your own foot.
Right.
Um, or
Yeah.
use the foot to stomp on things that you would rather keep. So,
Yeah.
um, yeah. I guess to round that discussion out, to talk of at water is our necessary last visitor before our magician.
And
So
also a fascinating one in terms of like going in to looking at the the small the research I've done out of interest, but with no claim of any expertise, like being like, okay, water. All right, what's going on with there? What watery mysteries are we here to discover? And finding that it's governed by a fiery deity.
yes.
Um, that it's we just talked about like there's battle, so you better be ready for it. These things all seem present here, right? The conflict and the necessity of it in various ways.
Yeah, it's water has to move,
Hmm.
and fire is defined by its movement.
Mm.
Right? It's heat, yes, but I really love the calendrical system because it's so it eschews kind of a Western understanding of things constantly.
Yeah, yeah,
And so you look at Xiatekutli, who is the god who the Teo complex, because again, Teot is a really strange concept to translate just as God. It should generally is more like a force that is being described that
Mm.
manifests in the forms of some gods. But Tecutli is Lord, and Shia is turquoise. So a watercolored turquoise is the name of the god of fire, who's the creator of
Mhm.
all life. So Huehueteotl is another name, the old god, the ancient god, who is not necessarily male and is considered mother and father of the gods because Huehueteotl is born from the spinning of the universe around its axis. And so is also paralleled in the creation of every single new life, which is the fire sticks of creation or the horns of Taurus, making the spark that is Aldebaran, um, grinding in the consciousness of someone's head to give it heat, to give it life, which is
Ah,
heat. So
yeah,
Ak is flow. It is necessary for crops to grow, and there's this constant understanding that too much of anything is going to fuck you up.
yeah.
So fire and water have a necessary relationship. And when you go into Tlachinoli, which is the word for scorched earth,
Mm.
and Atl Tlachinoli, so water slash scorched earth, or water and this fire element become the word for war, which is also a token of equilibrium that
Ah,
things have to be engaged with.
mm,
So Atl as a day sign, which is Muluk in Maya, is a good day for battle, a bad day for rest. You have to engage. It is tied to the scorpion, who has to sting its enemies or will sting itself. Um,
mm,
Ak is the holy war. You always have to look first at yourself
mm.
in order to do it. So character and other things come strongly in Ak. It is a strong. It's a beautiful sign, the best sign one might say, because it is also my sign. But Shia Tekutli is its patron of as a day sign. So this light and darkness, warmth and coldness, it is the unification and the complementary nature of all opposites in one form. And
Mm,
this deity is shown with a censer on its head because it is the eternal keeper of fire and heat, but also the coals that allow incense to release its smoke. And smoke is actually metaphorically always paired with water, both of which are compared with hair as they move through the world. This flowing nature of things. So he's married to Chachitlikwe, who's the freshwater deity,
mm,
and has um, a female counterpart, Shantiko, who is the hearth. And so when he is with his female counterpart, he represents the creator deities and even first grandfather, first mother, who are the last day of the calendar and the first day of the calendar,
yeah,
who we've talked about before.
yeah.
But and this is the deity that is hugely the governing of cycles. So every 52 years, the alignment of the solar, lunar, Venusian cycles that allow for demand a quality of examination and a rekindling of things. So in order for things to flow like water, for the mind to flow like water and not be too tangential current, like the water is going to flow, so you have to learn how to control it.
Yeah.
I can hear my, every friend of mine in my entire life yelling at me there. Um,
Mhm.
but there's this notion that the success of anything is tied to flow. So Ak and those connections to the water realms, which bring fecundity, which bring flow, but you have to make sure it doesn't flow away from you. You have to
Yeah.
make sure that character helps bring loyalty, helps bring friendship. If you are going to flow no matter what, and you have bad character, then people flow away from you, right? Things are going to flow in the sign of water.
Mm,
Um, the trecena that it starts with is days of instability,
mm,
of coincidences, of synchronicities, of accidents. They're good to days for gambling. They're bad days to bet on a sure thing.
mm,
So if you think it's certain, don't do it during this 13-day period.
mm,
If you think that there might be a chance, this is the time to do it. The fate deities are here.
mm.
When it comes into this greater 13-day period that starts with one water. Uh,
Gotcha.
so Chuchuito Tolin is the jeweled turkey that is the mask or nahual of Tezcatlipoca, the lord of night and sorcery and fate. So this is a token of incredibly powerful sorcery, the jeweled turkey, as I
strange deity form that it is. But this is a day when um, you can be cleansed of contamination, where guilt can be transformed into productivity, and you can
Mm,
overcome the burdens of this lifetime through innovation, through keeping your eyes open, through seizing opportunity, and through using what is around you and keep and paying attention so that flow can be directed as opposed to being on lost in the current. You can ride it. And
yeah.
so there's it's interesting too that this um, Teot governs specifically the Trecena of water, but also the day of flint knife, the knife that cuts the flesh, the sacrificial knife
Mm,
that we've talked about, tekbat. So
yeah.
we've talked about Turkey Man before, but here there's a really lovely flow between all of them. It's a great day. Oftentimes, Ak is said to be good for priests, artists, and warriors. Like
Mm,
you're too restless. You have to do something with it, or it's
mhm,
going to be fucked up.
yeah.
You're going to fuck yourself up. You will
Right.
drown in your own momentum.
Mm,
And so you have to seize that. You have to find a way to harness that current and move with it. So spirituality, art, and war are all felt to be possible ways to do it. It's not necessarily good if you are art doesn't do well in commerce unless it is following in alignment with its nature.
mm,
So if you're trying to do something for money, it's going to work out poorly. If you're trying to do something because you want to, it's something you like and something you want to do, and you're excited by it's what it does for you or what it means to you, you will make money doing that.
mm,
So it's an interesting sign. I like it uh, because it's also one of the signs that often has the animistic eye as part of it. Many of the day signs have eyes put onto it, but the consciousness, the flow of water, I think also kind of speaks to the nature of what we're talking about when we mention Theot as a
yeah.
divine energy, and it's tying into the energy of duality that's there. Water is tied into fire by its nature, and they are not opposites so much as different expressions of flow.
Yeah. 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 No, the concept you've been articulating and exploring around non-oppositional dualities.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
So I guess building on that non-oppositional dualities, I find it interesting with our dead magicianess
Mhm.
that in her life there is no evidence that she was indeed magicianess,
Mm,
but is elevated to this patron of witches, divination, and sorcery
mm,
based on pun, which I'm never going to complain about, and based on the circumstances of her coronation, I guess,
yeah. Hmm.
her incorporation into the greater kind of pantheon of Spanish nobility.
Yeah.
Um, so if if you don't know Maria de Padilla, she is a historical personage. She is 14th century. I often in my head put her like a century or two earlier. Um, but it also shows how quickly the lore developed around her.
Yeah.
If we have evidence of her, in witch trial, although the Fey documents really is what we're talking about, where she's
Mhm.
invoked as de Padilla or Maria Pandilla, Mary and her gangs,
Mhm.
which is effectively saying because her last name is Padilla, we tend to associate it with Pandilla, which is gang. So it sounds like Mary of the Legions, Mary of the Gang.
Mm.
And so that weight alone, that missing kind of glossing, I think is helpful to understand the weight that it gives.
Yeah.
And this is tends to be emphasized, especially in Spanish speaking countries. Argentina
Yeah.
has a lot of, oh, it's Mary of and her pandilla. Not just, but she is Maria Diaz de Padilla. So I have a lovely a love of the Diaz in there. She was the uh she is buried in or entombed in Sevilla, in Seville, in current day Spain. But she was a Castilian noblewoman. The Padilla family has they were bakers or bread makers or something because their shield has bread paddles uh,
Yeah.
on it, which look like oars. Um, but she is tied into the Spanish nobility as it is. This is she's the sister of Diego, who was a Grand Master of the Order of Calatrava. So she's from good stock. She comes from the area known as Padilla de Abajo, which is in the province of Burgos. Burgos is interesting because it's higher up. There's Northern Spanish lore is different than Southern Spanish lore, basically, is where I'm going with that. Burgos has its own relationship with things. Um, Burgos is, for instance, touching Cantabria and País Vasco. So there's ancient times they would have been absorbed into the larger culture of either Celtic or pre-Roman influence, and there's still a lot of traditions that go there. So the mythologies are a little bit different there. So she's described as being very beautiful, intelligent, and tiny. She's small in stature. Um, but she has this relationship with Pedro the First. So the Pedro the Cruel is his epithet.
Yeah, King of Castile.
Yes. So he meets her in an expedition to the Asturias, which is the northern Celtic area, to battle his own brother. And she was raised in this one particular house, and they became lovers. He used to meet her there. The relationship lasted until her death, despite the fact that he had an official wife and many other mistresses.
Yeah, yeah. It's said that she's like one of the mistresses that has the most kind of influence on him, right?
Yes.
The important decisions.
Yes.
It even talked about that, like she encourages him to marry Blanche of Bourbon, right,
Yes.
as a way to solidify ties between France and Castile.
Yes.
That she like puts. She's like, no, you're a king. Marrying is a political act. You should like pursue that for the and sometimes framed in these positive tellings of her influence that like this is for the good of your people.
Yes. So
Uh,
there's nothing extraordinarily negative about her in her lifetime other than that she's a mistress to the king, which we have our own ideas about what that might mean.
right.
In an ultra Catholic society, like being a mistress is bad. You're outright breaking a commandment. There's no way around it. This is a
Yeah.
commitment. However, the culture of mistresses and um, uh, you know, by extension, this notion of what the noble versions of harems are, I
Mm.
suppose. It's not out of the ordinary with what's going on.
No.
Certainly not even amongst the popes at a later date.
No, no. And if anything, the negative stuff is that Pedro is too into her.
Yes,
That like when Blanche does turn up in February of 1353 to begin to take her place as wife and queen, he's visiting Maria, who is
yes,
supposedly about to give birth, right?
yes,
Likewise, like he's very quickly abandoning political discussions, like breaks the alliance with France and abandons his legal wife and queen to get off to Puebla de Montalban,
yep,
where Maria de Padilla was. And so like it's that if it, it's more that he's too into her. That's like the worst we can generally say. Like,
yeah. But well, I just thought of this comparison, and I'm going to slap myself for saying it, but she's a little Camilla-ish.
mm.
Um, she is the one that he always loved. You know,
Yeah.
I'm going off of the Crown's interpretation of history. Um,
All right. All
So,
right.
and I know that is that you have um, rightly within your right refused to watch it, except in parts where perhaps you've walked in on it. And I applaud your tenacity there. But what's interesting with her is that
After her death, I notoriously she gets put into the 27 club. She was either 26 or 27 when she died. We don't know her exact date of birth, but we know that she
But
died.
if it's yeah, if it's 1334 and she dies in 61, then yeah.
It's either 26, 27, and it's in July.
Yeah.
So July is the month of Maria Padilla's ascension
Mhm.
into the greater feast. And that was one of the reasons that I wanted to do her in July. But it's the opposite of a fiery chariot.
Mm.
To heaven, it's the other way around, perhaps, even though. So what happens is she dies, probably of the plague, which has its own wonderful connotations because of her association and incorporation to the Kimbanda pantheon of the plague being something that is tied to Omolu and death
Mhm.
in that
Mhm.
way as a plague deity. Um, but she is the Pedro goes into such distraught clamor and mourning that he tells people that he married her in I think 53. So that is as teenagers they were married. And that she is the actual legitimate wife, and that
Yeah.
the marriage to his to Blanche is null and void,
Yeah.
because you can only be married to one, and these are Catholics, so
And declares this like in court publicly in Seville, like
yes,
not like a year after she's passed, and also off the back of like we might not be able to find too many bad things to say about her, but like political rivals make huge hay out of like his association with her. There are papal authorities exerting huge pressure on him to take
yeah,
Blanche back. And he eventually sends her away, and she even like gets poisoned to death probably in the same year. And
yeah,
so like yeah, he throws all of that aside and declares that she's the first and legitimate queen.
yes, and she has, I mean, she has children, like three daughters
Yeah,
with the
and a
king,
son, right? Yeah,
and a
Beatrice, Constance, Isabella, and Alfonso. Yeah.
yes, so three daughters and a son. All of their and two of the daughters are married into English nobility,
Hmm.
and sons of Edward the third, fourth, third, I think. So anyway, she's now named after death as the legitimate queen and heir to this nobility that is
Yeah.
Pedro. Um, you can, I have seen on some coin sites, you can still get coins that have the face of Pedro the First on it. Um, they're not cheap, but someday I like this token of this time period.
Mm.
But the lore that grows up around it is that by the time we get to the Auto de Fe's, that there are transcripts where, along with Satan, Barabbas, Fehabras, and other notorious demons, that Maria de Padilla is invoked with her legions as the woman of seven husbands, the woman who married the devil that she might become queen in death. So, whatever this climate around her legitimacy or illegitimacy to this title, she didn't put it on herself. He said it after she died. But she goes from being an adulteress in hell to being basically ascending to heaven as, you know, divine right of kings and queens, that she is now in a blessed state. She founded convents and built monasteries, and like she did a lot of amazing works that the nobility were expected to do. But
And that's yeah, and that's where she's originally buried, right in Astudillo.
yes,
Um, and so along with this translation from hell to heaven, her physical remains are translated to the Chapel of Kings in the Cathedral of Seville, right?
yes,
So she is treated like her body is treated like the proper queen.
yes, like a
And again,
saint.
yeah, yeah, and again the disturbance of the physical remains to enliven her spirit.
So she becomes like there's a Donizetti opera which is mediocre, uh, about her life and her relationship. It's from the mid 19th century. There's countless like dramatizations and no like that type of things about her because of her inclusion within these transcripts of witchcraft and the confessions of witches, which we have no knowledge of what is actually being said by these people, or if it's being if we can assume that some of it might be at least informed by the popular imaginings of what witches are doing, at least that it's either being created by the hunters themselves,
Mm.
or possibly being said by the people, or being blown up out of proportion to well, not romanticize, to sensationalize and continue to gain momentum as to what you can do with this power.
Yeah.
Um, so either way, she is cited as, Mary and her legions,
Yeah.
and becomes a pseudo kind of witch's goddess. I use that term in the same way I might use it for Lilith, but she, as a folk figure, um, becomes somebody of import. And this term gets put onto, culturally, any woman who would dare rise above her station.
Yeah.
And therefore, if you are going seeking social momentum, if you want to better yourself, if you want to know things you shouldn't, Maria Padilla becomes, it's said that she was a student of the Bruxa de Évora, or that she was trained by Saint Cyprian himself, which is a timeline that is out of whack, or that she taught the Bruxa de Évora, or that
Mm,
she learned from it. Like, and again, taught by a Cyprian, so an inheritor of the line of Cyprian, because of this. Again, remember, she's from Burgos, which is in the north.
yeah.
So this conflation with Asturias, and Galicia, that is the stronghold of Cyprianic, like, record of the books of Saint Cyprian. This tying her into Cyprianic magic is there, tying her into, the Bruxa de Évora and those practices, that she gets conflated with card reading, love magic, seducing wealthy men so that you can have an easier life, so that you can be taken care of the way that Maria Padilla was taken care of. So prayers, and invocations get involved with her, often tied to the trio of Satanas, Barabbas, and Fehebras. Fehebras is also an interesting figure that we should do sometime.
Hmm.
The strong arm figure of, and the kind of, what is it when your enemies have a general that is really strong? Well, you demonize him. That's the easiest way to go. Um, but yeah, so I have a soft spot here because, when she becomes an archetype, within, greater Iberian, folklore, which is both, Spanish and Lusophone at a certain point, that Brazil has this tradition of Maria Padilla being, a pombagira, and
Yeah.
kind of the proto form of pombagira for many, at least a whole class of pombagiras that are called Maria Padilla. And that's a greater discussion as to the nature of what Pombagira is. It's not trying to say that the historical Maria Padilla is the one that is invoked every single time Maria Padilla is named. She becomes the name of a whole class or type of spirit or powerful dead, mighty dead, that are being invoked. And she has countless permutations in Kimbanda of, Maria Padilla of the fig tree, the figueira, Maria Padilla of the seven crossroads, Maria Padilla of the central cross of the cemetery, Maria Padilla of the souls, Maria Padilla of the roses, Maria Padilla of the quote unquote gypsies.
Mm.
There's a large amount of once you have the name for something, they ran with it. They ran.
Right. She herself becomes Legion.
Yes.
Yeah, her daughters are of her and of her line, and Padilla becomes a Padilla and many Padillas.
Yeah.
Um,
So I think, and I mean, we're seeing as late as the 1700s,
mm,
the Portuguese, who are using exiling to the New World or to other colonies like Angola, in Africa, to there's this, even the flow between Angola and Brazil because of the trade. There's this, that's where we see where Joanna, specifically, so this is the research of Marlies Meyer,
mm,
in, 1993, who discovers this, right? So in 1713, we read the account of Antonia Maria from the city of Beja in Portugal, who's exiled to Angola. And after 2 years, Antonia Maria and her sister, or her tutor, excuse me, tutor, Joana de Andrade, appear in Pernambuco in Brazil. And a conflict between the two is mentioned, in which Joanna leaves for Angola to become more powerful in magic. And
mm,
it's here that the curse is spoken to Antonia, that we see Maria Padilla mentioned, and Maria Padilla and her legions to, engage in a fast, um, uh, until her enemy is destroyed.
mm,
And we see other evidences of these things. There's a lot of, this kind of growing lore. What's interesting with Maria Padilla specifically is that she is also, a good example of the kind of pendulum swinging both ways within Brazilian spirituality in the 20th century, where you had originally the kind of, uh, demonization and ostracization of African, traditions, that then get kind of acceptable because of Umbanda's, middle classing of everything, and kind of,
mm,
the embrancamiento of things.
I just did a Spanishization of a Portuguese term. Um, that by the time we get to the 70s and the quote unquote re-Africanization is happening, where people are trying to cast off the what are viewed as unnecessary European elements to an otherwise African practice, that Maria Padilla is viewed by many as being an African uh,
Mm.
uh, spirit in origin, as opposed to a name and a classification given by a 14th century noblewoman that probably had no idea she would be invoked in Kimbanda. Uh, but then again, she was really good at divination the way that the lore says. Maybe she did. Um, but what is time? So, and it wasn't until the 90s and 2000s where the research started coming out strongly that Maria Padilla as a historical personage, and then the internet levels all that eventually. So we know that Maria Padilla is a historical personage. We know the kind of story about her. We know that she's being used to justify love spells and destruction of enemies, and therefore gets tied to ambition. And as an interesting force, there's some beautiful stuff there. Maria Padilla is legion. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of songs to the spirit of Maria Padilla. She has specific markers, as all specific bombagiras do, but she is also so quintessentially bombagera. It's hard to separate her from the cult of Kimbanda, Umbanda, and to the point where Maria Padilla gets incorporated into various candomblés as well as
Mm.
quintessential marker. As she is a bombagera that can be worked with for attraction, for protection, for opportunity to seize the moment.
Mm.
Um, and is one who enjoys luxury, wants you to enjoy luxury in this lifetime, and
Mm.
wants you to ascend, wants you to
Mm.
find opportunity and seize it. So, yeah, there's beautiful stuff there.
From a apparently, very very wise advisor, rising above her station and against the recriminations of papal authority, to a queen in and out of hell, uh yeah, with her legions to bolster people to seek more and to enjoy life.
There's perhaps, I mean, on a broader note, like Maria Padilla in Iberia, and like specifically, obviously still there's lore there, where she gets conflated with the figure of Sibila, the who's Dama de Elche, who's tied to Tanit, but then by name Sybil gets tied to the goddess Kybella,
Of
and
course.
kind of flowing across the Mediterranean on the far end, which was, Spain was a very strong Tanit center. Thus the figures of like the Dama de Elche and other statues and funerary urns of Tanit worship that are there, like Ibiza.
Mm.
Um, but that there's this larger extension where she's getting invoked, and there's an inheritance of what is witch goddess that gets tied into necessarily things like Herodias
Mm.
and other Iberian witch lore legends. So incredibly complex, complicated figure of which Kimana is only one lens of her
Mm.
inheritance,
Mhm.
and one that I love and continue to research and experience. But I also love how complicated this personage is just someone that opens up to a lot. I mean, but if we bring in the Bruxa de Évora and
Mm.
the Cyprian lore on top of everything, like
Yeah.
this is almost there's no bottom to this research. Like it's going to keep going as historical record keeps supporting it over and over and over.
Mm.
So I find a lot of that really uh, just a warm fire in my heart. Uh,
Yeah. And again, questions of like, well, if she wasn't practicing magic in life, is she really a dead magician? Like, yeah, can't hear you over the legions of people singing and pouring
You're getting
drinks and
possessed
lighting
by her, where she
candles.
teaches you how to perform better divination and
Yeah.
love spells and
Yeah.
destruction spells
Yeah.
in the name of Maria Padilla. So,
Hmm.
and the time period wise, what's interesting is that she dies about 10 years before the first printed laws against card gambling come out.
Mm.
So obviously it was a problem by that point. So
Hmm.
she is also tied into the whole rise of cards are happening during her time period.
Yeah.
So could she have learned card magic from someone? Quite possibly. Is
Hmm.
that probably more a fantastical? Is she the kind of container for all these things to exist? Very much that, but that is also a grand mystery of what Bombagira is, or what spirits are in general, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So Legion itself, a spirit is Legion and then commands Legion.
Mm.
So,
Hmm.
um, put another pizza in the oven, um, light a cigarette from your pyre, right?
Hmm.
So yes, Maria Padilla, Salve Maria Padilla. And,
Sorry.
yeah. Looking forward to kind of deep diving on this one in the Patreon, and because this one has a lot that can be given.
Yeah, and obviously also I assume going to be touching upon her and further contexts in your Foundations of Kimbanda that's coming up in August, right?
Oh yeah, we're supposed to do things like promote. Yes, I absolutely a little bit, and have taught classes before through Cauldron Black and others of this is Maria Padilla is a mighty dead, regardless of whether or not she practiced magic in her lifetime. She is invoked as a patroness of magic for a large part of Western history at this point.
Yeah.
So rock on, Maria.
Mhm.
Ye. Flow like water and fire.
Like
So
water and fire, fire from the heavens, water from the abyss, back up
fire in the
again.
sky. Yeah.
Yeah, fire in the stone that warms, and in the eyes of the diviner that sees.
Fire in the burnt altar of sacrifice that you kill your little lamb on.
Heck yeah,
Uh,
in the forging of the blade to cut a head.
yes.
Yeah,
To the basket you carry your little lamb in and
yeah.
take them to the altar. Um,
The purifications that sharpen your resolve on that bleeding edge of your progress.
and certainly the notion of women who do not accept what is handed to them.
Mm,
This thing, but this parallel then between perhaps the lore of Maria Padilla and figures like Lilith, who become witch queen. I don't say witch goddess. I will avoid even demoness here because Maria Padilla in Brazil is viewed as a demon by the evangelicals,
mm,
but uh, far more complex than meets the eye,
yeah.
or meets the ear. That
Mm,
um, and here's to punning because puns, it's very the unmeasured power of pun magic,
mhm,
of the grammarly of it all,
mhm.
of spells and words and how things work. So, hmm,
The flow of not just memory, but transmission and reception and rearticulation. Yeah, yeah.
perhaps um, the traces of iron and sulfur that allow for citrine to be yellow.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, yeah,
Um,
absolutely. Yeah. As well as the seats we keep for the wisdom of the teachers that came before us,
ye-
and especially those who refused uh, to not be on top. Mm, yeah.
Within the card magic itself, I love this extension then to understand it as a gathering of people talking, and the conversation is you're trying to see what they're talking about.
Mm,
These personalities that are these cards are weaving a story, and you have to learn to listen and direct, like perhaps water, to
mm.
to create the flow that connects all those things, so that you can indeed receive your double portion of inspiration and take up the mantle of knowledge, I suppose.
Yeah. To bend like the willow, only to be able to drink more deeply of the waters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that
Uh-huh.
that whether it's Lilith with the fellow um, night terrors that come, or Maria Padilla and her gangs of demonic legions of support of your destruction of your enemies, the downfall of the people who talk shit, and the armed with the foreknowledge that this little pack of um, soldiers, this little cobble of conversationalists, can
Mm.
this council, this cabinet that you carry with you in the form of card magic, that you weave
Yeah.
together like a willow
Yeah.
basket.
The legions that gladly pull your fiery chariot.
Yeah, absolutely. Ah, well, cool. Hey, happy July.
Happy July, everyone. Hope this has helped you appreciate the heat and all the things that heat can bring. Uh,
Um, if you are wishing to find out more and you've just happenstanced upon this podcast, radiofreegolgotha.com should have, does not always have our most recent classes, lectures, and offerings and permutations. Look for us on the Folk Necromancy Forum on the Facebook and other things to come. Speakeasy of the Dead, hopefully again soon,
mhm.
and our online cabaret for fancy necromancers. And yeah, so come find us, argue with us, and hope to see some of you in the flesh at upcoming conferences and classes and the like, and keep us abreast of what you find with these topics, permutations, and otherwise. But thank you as always, Al.
Thank you. Yeah, and thank you, all of our listeners, and especially thank you to everyone supporting us, weaving the various scattershot blues of our red threads across our Patreon as well. Yeah, an absolute pleasure as always. So looking forward to much more to come, whether that's Salem Witchcraft and Folklore Festival or Necromancy Power Hour at Folk Necromancy Power Hour, I should say, at Temple Fest, and a bunch of other things to come as well. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Or just a good old trip to the pub.
Heck yeah.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much. Have fun at the crossroads.
Be well.
Leave a seat out for Elijah.
Mhm.